Alright. There's a lot of things I was messing with last time, things I was learning that I did not understand. I'm going to try and see if something can explain this stuff simpler to me. Um, ROCS is going on right now. If you don't know what that is, it's esports for Rocket League. I got it running in the background, but I'm going to concentrate on this and see if I can make progress with this. I learned a lot from Python, but I kind of reached the end of the course to date. I got 3 problems I have to do. I mean, I probably need to do those, but I need to get the fundamentals of a lot of things that they were talking about from the beginning that I'm just like, I haven't learned at all and I know nothing about. So, here I go.
Welcome to Introduction to Programming. My name is Steven.
And my name is Sean.
Over the next 90 minutes, we'll be taking you through this series consisting of 21 different segments that hope to cover the basics of computer programming, which can apply to any and all programming languages you might want to learn. We'll be starting with the simplest question of what is programming, and from there, we will be working our way up as we talk about common features of computer science such as loops and arrays. We'll discuss how to read and write code, debug code that you've written, some strategies to help you plan out your code, and much, much more. The complete list of topics that are going to be covered in this lecture-style video are shown on the screen now. Additionally, there will be timestamps in the description, so feel free to skip around if you are already proficient in some areas of computer science or just want to know about a specific topic we will be covering. Hopefully, by the end of the series, you'll have a basic understanding of what computer science is, along with an armory of useful skills that will help you unravel whichever programming language you decide to learn first. We'll only be covering the major key points that apply to all programming languages, so we'll be shying away from topics such as object-oriented coding and command line navigation, as those are things which are language-specific. Additionally, there will be no software required for you to download in order to follow along with this tutorial, as we won't be writing any code in an IDE to keep things simple and concentrated.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be right back.
This video is meant for those who are interested in computer science and programming, but have no idea where to start and have little to no background information on coding. And so if that sounds like you, then strap in as Sean and I work our way through the wacky world of computer science, starting with the biggest question probably on your mind, which is, what even is programming?
Well, the dictionary defines it as the process of preparing an instructional program for a device. But that's a really confusing definition. So, in layman's terms, what exactly does that mean? Essentially, it is attempting to get a computer to complete a specific task without making mistakes. Imagine this, for example. You want your less than intelligent friend to build a Lego set, except he has lost the instructions and can only build based on your commands. Remember though, your friend is far from competent, and so if they are not given very specific instructions on how to build the set, there are many mistakes that they could make. If he thinks like a computer, then if there is even one piece that you have not told him specifically where to place and how to place it, the entire Lego set will be ruined, and he will be left to suffer a complete mental breakdown, causing the whole goal of the project to be corrupted. Giving instructions to your friend is very similar to how programmers code. Instead of a less than intelligent friend, you have a less than intelligent computer, and instead of instructions on how to build a Lego set, we are feeding it information on how to complete a program, like a game or a web application. An important thing to note is that computers are actually very dumb. We built them up to be this super sophisticated piece of technology, when in actuality, a computer's main functionality comes from how we manipulate it to serve our needs. Now, programming isn't as simple as giving your friend instructions, since in a programmer's case, the computer doesn't speak the same language as you. The computer only understands machine code, which is a numerical language known as binary that is designed so that the computer can quickly read it and carry out its instructions. Every instruction fed to the computer is converted into a string of ones and zeros, and then interpreted by the computer to carry out a task. Going back to the Lego example, this process would be like if he was not only less than intelligent, but to make matters worse, he could not understand English and only speaks in Mandarin Chinese. In order to speak with him, you have to convert the instructions that you understand in English into the language that your friend understands. This process is essentially what you must do for your computer in order to make it understand the instructions that you give it. The big difference between the two examples, however, is that it is very difficult for people to understand machine code in binary. Directly translating what you want the computer to do into machine code is extremely difficult, in fact almost impossible, and would take a very long time to do it if you could. Each program is composed of millions upon millions of those ones and zeros, so how, exactly, are we supposed to translate our instructions into machine code? This is where programming languages come into play. Programming languages are fundamentally a middleman for translating a program into machine code. These languages are much easier for humans to learn than machine code, and thus are very useful for programmers. Going back to our Lego example, a programming language would sort of be like an interpreter that's able to take the instructions you give them in English and translate them into instructions your non-English speaking friend can understand. This makes programming languages extremely useful and the backbone of any good program. Think of programming languages as not English and not machine code, but somewhere in the middle. There are many different programming languages out there that each have their own unique uses. Languages such as Python and Java act as general-purpose languages that can perform a variety of computational tasks, while Robot-C or HTML or CSS are languages designed for more specific purposes, such as moving a robot or constructing a website. Languages can also vary in how powerful they are. For instance, JavaScript is a scripting language that is designed for smaller tasks, while Java or Python can carry out much more computationally taxing processes. We can measure a programming language's power, or level, by how similar it is to machine code, the series of zeros and ones we talked about earlier. Low-level programming languages, such as assembly or C, are closer to binary than a high-level programming language, such as Java or Python. The basic idea is that the lower the level of your programming language, the more your code will resemble what the machine can interpret as instructions. Aside from the different purposes that each language fulfills, choosing a language typically comes down to a matter of preference, as there are usually many languages that can accomplish similar tasks. Try different languages and decide which one's rules, interface, and level of simplification you like best.
So now that we know what programming is, how do we actually write code? It's not like we can simply type words into a text document and automatically assume that the computer can translate it into machine code, read it, and carry out a task like opening up a browser. And additionally, we can't just write down rubbish in certain programming languages mentioned in the previous segment and expect the computer to understand. So how are we supposed to write code then? Well, the answer is with an IDE. An IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment, allows the facilitation of code by a computer. IDEs provide a graphic interface on your computer in which the programmer can easily write, run, and debug code without having to worry about problems with complication or interpretation of the program. Think of an IDE as any other program on your computer, such as a game, a browser, or even the File Explorer, except we'll be using it to write code. IDEs are able to turn your code into machine code and run it through the computer to produce results. In addition to providing a place for programmers to develop their code, IDEs provide...
Okay. Hold on. Okay. So you have the languages that are able to compute. Okay, so the languages are able to translate something that we can understand easier to the binary code, the ones and the zeros. But then you have these other things like Visual Studio Code. You have to use Visual Studio Code, or like I was using Spider. And I don't really know
Type
why.
words into it.
I mean, I know you can use debuggers and stuff to correct you if you mess up, but I guess they compilers or something.
Text document
Hold on.
and automatically assume that the computer can translate it into machine code, read it, and carry out a task like opening up a browser. And additionally, we can't just write down rubbish in certain programming languages mentioned in the previous segment and expect the computer to understand. So how are we supposed to write code then? Well, the answer is with an IDE. An IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment, allows the facilitation of code by a computer. IDEs provide a graphic interface on your computer in which the programmer can easily write, run, and debug code without having to worry about problems with complication or interpretation of the program. Think of an IDE as any other program on your computer, such as a game, a browser, or even the File Explorer, except we'll be using it to write code. IDEs are able to turn your code into machine code and run it through the computer to produce results. In addition to providing a place for programmers to develop their code, IDEs provide some extremely useful tools for programmers to ease the job of writing code, such as built-in error checking, because as we'll talk about later, code doesn't always run correctly, autofilling for frequently used words or phrases, and a project hierarchy, which will help you organize and manipulate the files within your project. Back in the olden days, before IDEs, code used to be written on punch cards and then fed into computers, which would take hours and cause a lot of pain. IDEs nowadays act as sort of a fast track to writing code and make things a whole lot easier for programmers. An example of a specific IDE can be seen on your screen now. In the center you can see the program that is currently being written, and right below it is the console, which can print out useful information for the programmer. This specific IDE is used to write Java code. IDEs are extremely powerful and will be used in almost 100% of your programming projects. So through these IDEs, we are finally able to write and compile code smoothly without worrying about the computer not being able to understand it. The next problem we run into then becomes, how do we write this code in the IDE? Because it's not like we can just type random words from a certain programming language and expect the computer to understand. This is where a programming language's syntax comes into play.
You can unlock more than ever with the American Express Platinum Card. Access over $3,500 in value each year. Explore new restaurants with the...
Now, just as if you were learning a real language, learning a computer language can be very similar. Some have different styles that may seem odd, some may make you use weird or abstract concepts which may be confusing, and like all languages, programming languages have a set of rules that you must follow when writing code in that language, and at the forefront of those rules is grammar. Programming grammar is referred to as syntax, and is very similar to real-world grammar. Each programming language has its own syntax or rules that you have to follow to a T if you want your program to run correctly, just as if you were speaking in real life. These can be things such as how you type out certain functions, what you put at the end of a line of code, and how you set up certain functions. Each language is unique in its syntax, and while some may share similar rules, all will have some quirk which makes it stand out from the rest. Syntax is something that catches a lot of people off guard, since many expect every programming language to follow the same set of rules. But as we spoke about in the last segment, because each language is specialized for a specific task, each needs its own set of rules to function. Breaking or disregarding these rules will result in an error, just how breaking or disregarding rules in real life will result in an unintended message. As an example, if you wanted to do something simple such as initialize a variable, which is something that we haven't covered yet, but the example is still relevant. In Java, you'll notice how we have to specify what type of variable we are defining, in this case an integer, and also add a semicolon after the statement. In Python, we don't even need to define that we are trying to create a variable, and just have to type what we want to create. And in JavaScript, we just specify that we are making a variable, but we don't include what type of variable we want to make, like in Java. Even in this simple example, you can see how much a syntax matters when learning a new language, since while the goal of our program remained the same, which was to define an integer with the value 3, all the programming languages shown took different approaches. All these languages require that you follow this syntax because remember, computers are extremely dumb. If you forget one semicolon or misplace a character, the entire program will not run and send you back a syntax error, which is something we'll talk about later. Think of this as if you forget a comma in a sentence, and the entire context of what you're trying to say gets misinterpreted. For example, in the sentence, "Let's eat, Grandma," if you were to forget that comma, while it may seem like a small mistake, it changes the entire context of the sentence, making it sound like you're going to eat your grandma. The same rules follow for programming. If you forget a semicolon, the entire context of your program could be corrupted and misinterpreted by the IDE. Now, another thing which makes IDEs so useful is that they will let you know if and when there are syntax errors in your code. Syntax errors, of course, being parts of your code which do not follow the same rules what we talked about previously. The IDE will tell you where in your code the error is, and also won't let you run your program until the error has been fixed. Because of how important syntax is to writing
Hey,
code
what's
and
up,
learning
Black
a new language,
Cat?
it's
You watching RLCS? That's going on right now. I don't know if you ever watch it, but oh man, I got it on my other screen. Was it Gentlemates going against Manchester City right now? Desk predictions. Oh, I gotta make a prediction. Who do I think's gonna win? Let's see. Hold up. Let me make a prediction. I think Gentlemates are gonna win. I don't know who Man City is, but Gentlemates are typically pretty good. Although sometimes they fumble around whenever they lost. What was that dude's name? Itachi. Gentlemates used to have Itachi on their team, and then Itachi went to Ninjas in Pajamas because the country he's from and stuff. It's the whole thing. Yeah. How am I? I am kind of tired. I'm trying to wake up. And I'm not watching RLCS right now. Yeah. I don't even know if you watch it at all. I like to watch it, but I don't always catch it when it's on. But yeah. I played like a tiny bit of Rocket League last night. Oh, you do watch it? Yeah. I like it. I don't know. It entertains me. I think Gentlemates are going to win this one, but I don't even know who the other team is, so I probably shouldn't be saying too much, but just because I just woke, oh, you just woke up, that's right. Aren't you on the same time thing as me? Or you're off by like an hour or something? It's like 12 o'clock here. So, I don't know what time it is over there. Trying to get down to this coding stuff. Yesterday, they were telling me I need to learn like algorithms and stuff. And then they were talking about all these words that I've never heard of before and don't know what they are. So now I'm watching like the basics of it where it goes down and breaks down all these things. And like some of the stuff I already kind of figured out by going through the Python course, but some of it I don't fully understand, so I'm just gonna watch the whole thing to try to fully grasp it. And oh my god, this thing's 2 hours long. What am I doing? I don't know. And then this morning I spent like an hour or 2 hours working on my typing speed. You can see my typing speed. Look, I'm trying to get faster typing speeds. Oh crap. How do I go to my actual typing here? Okay, here, screw it. I'll just do this one and then I'll show. Dang it. Dang it. Oh, I messed up. Let's see. So yeah, I've been doing this. My highest is 55 right now. But see, I go up and down. Like, I'm not always super great. I got 51 on this one, or 52, because I spelled that one word wrong. But I'm trying to keep it up there. 55 is my fastest so far. I've tried different things, but I do that like every morning. I am back, and That one thing that we did, Fibonacci. I'm back. Modular and Fibonacci. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Probably not. Well, yeah, I've been working on my title. This is what I do like every morning. I do like an hour at least of this. Well, you can see 11:30 to 11:39. I don't even know when I started because I can't go back. The fastest I was able to go is 55. But I do that every morning. And then I went back to this because, God, I didn't know this was 2 hours though. That's kind of crazy. But I mean, it's gonna tell me what a lot of stuff that I know some of this stuff now, but I don't know all of this stuff. So I'm trying to go back and figure out all these words that I'm missing, because it'd be nice if they explained it as I go or something, but they're not, because they're assuming that I already know what all this stuff means. So that's kind of unfortunate. It makes it a little difficult because then I gotta go back and watch videos like this. But I guess gotta try and start somewhere, I guess. When do I think you could hop on Rocket League? I don't know. I got on Rocket League a little bit last night. I'll probably get on Rocket League. Oh, God. Let me think. I could probably do it after skimming through this video real quick for a little bit. What happened? I just joined. All I'm doing is, I started on this, and this is basically like, it says Introduction to Programming and Computer Science. So this is basically like, he's breaking everything down, like super basic, simple stuff, like, and like I got a lot of this, but a lot of this I was also yesterday. I was watching another video, and he was talking about a lot of stuff I didn't know what were, like arrays. I didn't know what that was. Or what was another one? What was it? The other one was like dynamic. Yeah, dynamic and static arrays. Like, I didn't really understand what that was. I know what recursion is now. Pseudocode. Man, he talked about that, but I can't even remember what pseudocode was. I know what recursion is. Yeah. Conditional statements, manipulate variables. But yeah, I was just going through this to see what, like, to try to get caught up on stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna try to skim through this real quick, and then I don't know. This is 2 hours. I don't want to watch the full 2 hours. I kind of want to just get what I need out of it, because a lot of this stuff is talking about stuff I already understand. So I told you Gentlemates were gonna win. It's already 4-1 on the first game, and they got 51 seconds. So Gentlemates already got the first game. Yeah, Gentlemates gonna win. Anyways.
Recommended that you learn the rules and syntax of a language before beginning to write complex programs in that language. Most of the rules are tedious to learn, but easy to master, and as soon as you can do that, you'll be able to easily identify syntax errors and take care of them easily, and be writing code in no time.
That covers the basic gist of syntax and programming rules. So now that we know how to write code and where to write code, we next need to cover what happens after we have typed out our program and run our code. Because writing a piece of code for a game or for a database is cool and all, but after the computer interprets the program, how will we know what's happening and whether or not it's working? Well,
see, what's confusing is they're also talking about interpreter, right? Do you know about G-geeks for geeks? No, I don't. Arrays are linear structured and index data structures. Yeah, but I still don't even fully understand what that is. Well, linear structure, he was explaining that earlier too. Linear structured and indexed data structures. See, I've seen that word a lot, like index data structures. I mean, data structures is basically like geeks for geeks. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've heard of that before. That kind of sounds familiar, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, data structures, I mean, is it just the sequence of like a binary like coding? Huh. Oh no. Help. What is it? can't pull it down?
No, put down.
What are you doing?
Put down this.
You want to pull it up?
Yes.
Like this? Like that?
My boo-boo.
Oh, you want to kiss?
No.
Oh.
This. Drink bye.
Bye.
No. This.
You want to kiss?
Yes.
Mwah.
I fail now. What I fail this?
Okay.
What I fail my and on the left.
You want that one up? Oh no. Jesus. Okay. There. No, thank you. You can see why it's difficult to study stuff. What? What do you want a snack?
Yes.
Alright, hold on. Let's do a snack real quick. Come on. Yeah, I'm trying. It's hard. Let's see. Geeks for Geeks. I just saw that. What did it take me to? Oh. What is this? What? It's a learning website. Data structures and algorithms. Oh god, I gotta read stuff. Logic building. Once you have learned the basics of programming language, it is recommended that you learn basic logic building. Try this. This is a lot of. Let's see. What is this? Oh, I can pick what language I want it in. Give a number in. Check whether it is even or odd. Return true for even and false for odd. N equals 15. Output false. Explanation 15 2 equals 1. So 15 is odd. 44 true.
Dada.
Okay.
Dada.
What?
I'm hungry.
What?
I'm hungry.
Arrays are one variable to many values. Arrays are one variable. Okay, well, if arrays, same data type. So a variable is an array, but array, but a variable is specifically like this is a variable, but this isn't a variable, right? Or like this isn't a variable. The only thing a variable is something like this when you one vary for many vary. I don't know what you mean by that. One variable for many variables. Arrays. See, that's what I was watching that video for. I was gonna get to that part because the arrays things kind of confuses me. One variable for many variables. One variable is an array within a string of many variables. But like this isn't, like if isn't a variable, return isn't a variable, right? The only thing that's a variable is when you make something and give it a definition, then it becomes a variable, or is like, are all these technically variables? Try this easy to understand. By finding the remainder 0, 1 time and 0, 1 space, link and short link. I don't know. And see, define the function as even, finding remainder of n, remainders, and modular 2 equals 0, return true, else return false, and n equals 15. I don't understand how that program works. I need to learn. I don't know if I should learn some other languages too. Python definitely looks like the easiest. See, it was like stuff like static. Like I know what static and dynamic means, but encoding is kind of different. This is like public static. Open the link. It is from YouTube Short and easy to understand.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax.
So now that we know how to make and use variables, how to compare them, and what we can do with those comparisons, let's move on to another foundational concept of computer science, and that is arrays. Now we've already talked about variables, and how great they are for storing singular bits of information for making our code more simplistic. But one of the biggest drawbacks that comes with variables is their inability to hold more than one piece of differing information. For example, let's say you're making an app which allows a user to create a grocery list. Well, there's no real easy way to create lists using variables, because it's not like you can have one variable store the names of 6 or 7 different food items. Remember, we can only put one piece of paper in our cardboard box, no more. And besides, even if you were able to add multiple items to one string variable, you would still have a lot of trouble doing simple tasks you might want from a list, such as searching through it, splitting it, or even deleting items from the list when you're done with them. This is the problem that using arrays solves for us. An array is, as you may have guessed by now, a list. You can have an array of integer.
Why the 6 or 7 thing? I didn't even see it. Did it show something about that? I swear.
An array of strings, and even an array of other arrays, which is something we'll cover in a minute.
I know.
Programmers use
An array is a list of something. Can be integers, can be strings, can even be the other arrays. All information in an array is related, like columns in Google Sheets.
Use arrays when they want to store a lot of variables containing information that is all related to each other, such as a grocery list or a high score list in a game. Think of arrays as a column in Excel or Google Sheets. You have the title at the top, and then below it are a bunch of bits of information which all relate back to the title. Arrays are super useful when programmers want to store a lot of information that can be easily searched through, because programmers have developed methods of breaking down and using arrays to find specific information in arrays full of thousands of different variables. As an example to show just how useful arrays are, let's say you're a startup company that owns an app that has 100,000 users. Every time a user wants to create a new account, they input the username they want, and then your program will have to check to make sure the account name hasn't already been taken. Doing this requires you to search through the information of all 100,000 of your users to see if that username has an account with your service. An array would be able to contain all of this information and make it easy to search through and find out if the account name has already been taken, with little to no delay. Now, the single most important thing to note about arrays is how you reference each element of the array within them. Let's create a basic array called numbers, and inside of it, put the digits 1 through 10. Now, when we want to refer to each cell in this array, we would call upon its index. An index is just a fancy way of saying that number's place within the array. Now, you would think that the first integer in this array would be the first index, the second would be the second index, and so on. But that's simply not the case. In computer science, programming languages refer to the first cell as the 0th element in the array. This means that if we were talking about our array of numbers we just made, the number 4 would actually be in the third index, 5 would be in the fourth, and so on. So instead of starting our count from 1, we start from 0. It's extremely weird and confusing, but it's one of those programming quirks you're going to have to memorize and commit to memory. If you were to not follow this nomenclature and refer to the last element in this array as the 10th, you get what is referred to as an array out of bounds error, since you're trying to reference the 10th element, but there is no 10th element. What you're actually trying to do is reference the 9th element. Another extremely important thing to note about arrays has to do with their size. When you initialize an array, you can do it in either one of two ways. You can either populate it with the elements that you want contained in the array right then and there, creating and filling the array at the same time, or you can define how many elements you want the array to hold, essentially the array's size, and then populate it with elements later.
Pilot, insert the elements you would like in the array immediately. Populate later can create array with a specific size, but choose to add elements later.
This is because when we initialize an array, it creates a space in memory that has the size of exactly what you give it, no more and no less. This is great for when we want to access elements in the array because we can do so instantaneously because the computer knows exactly where in memory the array is stored. But the one downside is that we can't increase the size of the array later on. All array sizes are final. Think of this like setting up.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diane.
Hi, I just received my new Discover card. It says cash back on every purchase. What's cash back?
It's
up a book.
So an array is like creating a list of variables. But in order to define an array, you already have to know how much space you're going to take up for that, because it cannot move. So you can either insert the variables into the array or you can insert the empty space needed. But if anything changes and you need more space, then you're basically screwed. Use Brave blocks adds. I don't know what that means. Adds. Oh, Brave block. How do you do what? Like an extension? Does it actually block the ads? Brave browser. Brave browser. is this? YouTube content blocker, block channels from YouTube. Oh, it's a type of browser? No. Why use Brave browser? I've never heard of that. Say what? Do that again. What? Dude. Say what? Is this the only browser that does that? Check out some popular sites and Brave versus other browsers. What's the difference? Well, obviously, you don't gotta tell me what's the difference. I know what the difference is. It gets rid of the ads. But they don't have this something like that in Firefox. I can't just get an extension that can do that in Firefox. Oh, there's this one. Remove all annoying ads from YouTube. What about this one? I'm gonna try this. Oh, yeah, I came back. I think because I installed the extension, it kind of jacked things up for a second, but I'm back. But I think it did get rid of all the ads and stuff. I don't know. I guess I'll see how this goes. But where was I at? I was watching this or something.
No more. And
yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it got rid of everything. Yeah. Yeah, I get. Well, when I got it, I guess it did too much at once or something. Well, OBS Studios, I have a plugin on OBS Studios, and OBS. Well, I don't know. They did some new thing update on OBS Studios, and now OBS Studios gives me issues sometimes. But so I use 6 browsers, including Firefox. I use Google Chrome, Firefox, and Microsoft Edge. And really, the only reason I do it is because I have 3 screens, and so Firefox is my main one. Google Chrome goes on the left side, and Microsoft Edge goes on the right side. And that's because I can keep everything separate on the screens I want them to be on. That's really the only reason I use like the 3 that I use. I don't know. Firefox is the newest one I even heard of, but that was like way back in like 2008 or something. But I haven't heard of that one that you were talking about. But yeah, but I mean, I put this extension on and it's like blocking everything, I think. So I don't know. I was gonna try it out at least. Yeah. Let's see.
no less. This is great.
So I use all these on one. You use them all on one screen, dude. That sounds terrible. I don't know how big your screen is, but man, I don't like it when I have too much stuff jumbled up on one screen. So I got like 3 screens, so like I can move. I got one for, well, because if I'm doing streaming stuff, I kind of need an extra screen so I can see what's going on. But because I need that one open, at least one open at all times for that. But and one laptop. Oh, and a laptop. See, and I got my laptop, and I don't even use my laptop. I got my laptop hooked up to the TV, so I just use it to watch movies now, honestly.
For when we want to access elements in the array, because we can do so instantaneously because the computer knows exactly where in memory the array is stored. But the one downside...
Well, see, this thing with the array thing, so I don't know if Python uses arrays, but arrays sound like kind of like... okay, so it makes a sense if you have a list and you give people an option to pick out of that list. But if you have to add or take away anything out of there, then you have to completely, like, well, you got to copy the array over and then completely delete it in order to add something to it if you don't already have space for it. So you have to create space for it, which is kind of like wasted space if you're not intending or knowing what you're going to put in there. But then if you have to put something in there, then you have to copy it over to something. You have to copy the original, delete the old one, and add one. You know what I mean? Like, that sounds like, yeah, this whole array thing is like, ugh.
Side is that we can't increase the size of the array later on. All array sizes are final. Think of this like setting up a bookshelf with books. By populating a bookshelf with a certain number of books, and then moving on and filling the next shelf with different books, we have no way to go back and add books to that first shelf without shifting everything over. Once we decide how much space to dedicate for an array in this case, there's no way to add more space. Once again, because this is extremely important to remember, this means that once an array has been defined, there is no way to change the size of it. If you have an array titled names with a size of 8, and you try to add another name to the array, you will receive an error. So be careful when messing around with array sizes. Of course, you can always go back to the start of your code, when you initially make the array, and allocate more space to it, increasing its size, if you find out that you need more space to hold items. But once it's defined, you cannot change its size through conventional methods. Another small thing I want to touch upon really quickly is that when you initialize an array, you must determine which type of array it is right then and there.
That's where dynamic comes from. That's what he was talking about, static and dynamic arrays, but he said that there's pros and cons even with dynamic arrays, because like dynamic arrays, I think he was saying dynamic arrays are basically slower or something. Like, I don't know. It was like a dynamic array. Well, he said something about like how it gives an extra space in front and back. I don't know. And discovered linked lists. Yeah, I remember the thing about linked list, and he had them like sectioned off, and like every, I guess, variable is it's not like together, but it has arrows pointing, and you can change the direction of the arrows.
For example, you have to specifically say it will be an array of strings or integers when defining it. And also, you're not allowed to...
Okay, so arrays are they something that you use in like a different coding language besides Python, or is it actually used in Python? Python has list, tuple, dictionary, and set. Tuple is what I'm supposed to learn next whenever they get to it in that class, so I guess that's why I don't understand it yet. There is no need in Python. There's no need for arrays in Python. Python has so arrays are something that is used in other programming languages, like I don't know what, like Java or something, or that C1, whatever it's called. Lists are enough as arrays. So list, yeah, it basically replaces the function of an array, because you don't need arrays if you have something else that you can use in Python. That's why I don't know what it is, because you don't use those in Python. The only thing I've been learning is Python. So arrays are something in like other forms of coding.
Mix and match, meaning that you can't have an array full of integers with a few strings and some doubles thrown into the mix. They all have to be the same type. Now the last thing we're going to cover on arrays is a little funky, and that is the practice of putting arrays inside of arrays. If you make an array of arrays, it is referred to as a 2D or two-dimensional array. Think of these as matrices if you have taken an algebra class before. Now if you haven't, think back to our Google Sheets example, but instead of using columns, we would add rows as well. So now each element in an array wouldn't simply just be a string variable or an integer variable, but an entirely new array with its own.
See, this makes me think of SQL. I did a tiny bit of SQL, and in SQL, that's what you do. You make like lists and tables and stuff. So in SQL, are they technically arrays? Or do you know? Have you ever messed with SQL? Because I was messing with that a tiny bit when I was on boot.dev, but I didn't do it a whole lot.
Own set of values and elements. The way we index these is mostly the same, except we would have two numbers to index instead of one. We start with the row and then the column. So a number in the position 0, 2 would be in the first row, 3 columns down. In this case, the name Clint. A number in the position 1, 1 would be 2 rows down and 2 columns across. In this case, the name Chris. You get the idea. Now you can also make 3-dimensional arrays by putting an array inside of an array inside of an array, but that's a little above what we're going to be covering, so I'm going to cut it off there.
Next up, we're going to be talking about loops. So what exactly are loops? Next up, we're going to be talking about loops. So what exactly are loops? Next up, we're going to be talking about loops.
Oh my god.
So what exactly are loops? Next up, we're going to be talking about loops.
Oh my god,
So
how
what
many
exactly
times did
are
he have to
loops?
do it?
Next
Jesus.
up, we're going to be talking about loops. So what exactly are
I
loops?
swear, this guy's killing
Well,
me.
as you could
About
probably tell by
time.
that statement right there, a programming loop is a statement that is used to run certain instructions.
Refer me as GM, please. That makes to friend talk, not like video to chat talk. Oh, just say it. Yeah. Okay, just call you GM so you know who I'm talking to. I got you.
Repeatedly, just like how the opening statement of this topic was repeated 5 times. Loops are very useful for a variety of reasons. For instance, imagine you want to print something 15 times. Sure, you could just copy and paste the print statement 15 times, but this is really annoying to have to do. It becomes even more unrealistic when that number goes up to, say, 100 or so.
Dada,
Yeah.
cool making go.
What?
Cool like mine. Cool like mine.
Okay. What? Hold on. All right. What's going on? Alright, I already know loops, so I think I don't really need that part. So I think I'm figuring out what arrays are. And the biggest part, try problems on arrays before going to loops. It is better. Well, they already talked about loops in the in that Python thing, but I haven't learned about arrays because their arrays aren't in Python, I guess. I mean, well, this is the other thing I was wondering is like, well, I mean, I saw this app, but I mean, should I try learning like this is JavaScript, or should I try if something uses arrays, should I try doing something that uses arrays so I kind of get a better understanding of it? Because if arrays aren't used, then
Dada,
what? No. Why? Oh no. Olivia. No ma'am. There you go. You can't have markers. You can draw on your book. Alright, come on. Let's go get you some juice. It's okay. It's just a marker. I'm sorry. This is so hard. You see why I haven't gone to school? It's very difficult. She is upset because she wanted a marker so she could draw on stuff. And because she couldn't have a marker to draw on everything, she's upset. But I gave her a paper and a crayon. Hopefully she'll chill out. Alright, try problems on arrays before going to lose better in single line list is array. Okay. But, okay, so, let me think. Alright, so you said, alright, GM, you said arrays aren't in Python, so do I need to start you trying to learn a different code that uses arrays because I can't use arrays in Python? Start with Python once logic is clear. Start with learning other languages becomes easy. Yeah. I mean, if there isn't arrays in Python, then I can't really do much with that unless I start learning other stuff. I mean, I kind of get Python, but I gotta be honest, like, I don't know how far, I don't really know how far in. I mean, I can kind of do I was able to do the stuff that they were giving me to do, but I don't know how complicating this stuff gets. I understand how loops work, I understand errors. How do we debug code? I mean, there's programs for that, but I don't really understand what he's gonna say about debugging. I mean, debugging is figuring out why it's not working correctly, but you also have debugging tools that help tell you what's wrong. Let's see.
You should be able to find a fix for it fairly easily. However, as I said before, the issue may arise from some loophole or oversight in the code you hadn't planned for beforehand. Maybe you did something as simple as multiply two variables instead.
I started with C, then Python, C++, Java. See, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if I should start with C. But I don't know where to go. See, I started doing this stuff because, you know, they have Python. But I don't think they have anything else. I think they only have Python. So then I was like, well, the Cody thing, Cody has JavaScript. I don't know what else they might have, but let me see. See that? Okay, so they got some other ones. So I could learn what their coders. Is that what it's called? Coders? Oh, that's all coders. Oh, never mind. But I mean, I could start learning C. No, C++. Yeah. I mean, if I want to start learning about the other functions like arrays, then I need to start learning other programming codes. And I already got to where I could get to in Python, at least for that class. So maybe I start learning something else. Should I do C or should I do C++? The only reason I clicked on JavaScript is because I know a lot of people use JavaScript. Now C++. My suggestion. Your suggestion would be C++? C++ or Java? Java's the biggest one, but I mean, obviously, like, look, I mean, you can see it right here, the numbers of people doing this stuff. I'm gonna do C++. And I mean, if this uses the other font, I think that's what's been confusing me about a lot of these things is like arrays aren't used in Python. So when I see these other things and I'm actually using these other things like variables and integers and, you know, loops, I used those in Python in that class, so I understood what he was talking about. But then when he started talking about dynamic and static arrays, then I was completely lost because, you know, JavaScript is different from Java. Yeah, I was looking at that because they were saying something like JavaScript is for smaller projects and Java is for bigger projects, and I don't really understand that, and I probably won't understand that unless I actually start learning those coding languages, because once you start doing it, then you understand why. But see, what are functions? I know. Let's see.
Instead of adding them. These are logic errors we talked about previously. These problems usually won't have red text show up to explain what went wrong. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Now, there are a few different strategies that you can use in order to track down and fix a logic error. First, you could use print statements and the console in order to determine where the code is going wrong. Imagine you have a conditional statement that will run one segment of code.
Okay, I kind of already understand that. No recursion. How do we use what are array lists and dictionaries? How do we make our own functions? I think I already know what functions are.
So at this point, we've talked about both what functions are and how we...
Because you can create a function, and within a function is a set of... I mean, you could... I don't even know the best way to explain a function, honestly, but I know you can define a function and you can put a lot within that function and then call that function and it'll go through everything within that. But I'll choose C++. Alright, I'll do that one. I'm just going to skim through this real quick. JavaScript for web. But there's JavaScript for web and there's HTML too. I think HTML, so well, I guess more people in this thing were learning HTML, but...
You can get some very useful functions by importing them through packages, but there are definitely going to be moments in your programming career where you're going to want to make your own functions because you want one to be made specifically to your program and code. Luckily, making your own functions is extremely simple. There are just some basic rules that I want to cover. Now, while we've previously used making functions as an example for other topics, such as the player stats function from a little bit ago, they were extremely abstract and didn't go into depth into what is needed for an actual function to operate. So right now we're going to be covering a skeletal system of everything that needs to be included in a function in order to get it to work. Now think back to the 4 different types of functions that we talked about previously. Functions that do and don't return values, and functions that both do and don't take in arguments. For creating your own functions, we're just going to have to go down the list and talk about
function write once uses as many times you want. Yeah, because you can call a function and you can repeatedly use that thing without having to retype the entire code. And what functions also, it's like, well, I mean, you can import functions too if you have them in a different file within the same folder or something like that. But that was, I think he called that something else. They weren't called necessarily functions, but when you import, God, I can't even remember what it was called. He was talking about it in this class over here. For loop. You know about for loop. Yeah, and I know about the recursion loops is when you use a function within itself to create a loop. But yeah, and you can even put 2 of the functions within itself to create that loop. Libraries, I don't know what libraries are. Or is that what it was called, libraries, when you pull it from another? Because you can import, if you have a Python code, you can import that entire code into another code. For is a function. I didn't know for is a function. But I was also thinking, well, I know you can define a function. But in general, I guess functions are used for loops. Like, so for is a function, and like what, while? I mean, while is a loop. So would a while be a function? Let's see. I'll go here.
Alright, now that we've covered errors for a bit, let's hop back onto the programming statement train and talk about one of the most important concepts in computer science, the function. Now you may not know it, but we've actually been talking about a few functions this entire series. Print statements, for loops, and even the basic math operations we've talked about are all examples of functions.
No.
Which of course begs the question of what actually defines a function. Well, a function is a segment of code that can be easily run by calling the function name. And depending on the type of function, we'll do something in return.
Well, okay, then that means that kind of sounds like more than just like everything. where you can call it and it does something as a function. So for is a function, while is a function, print is a function. Anything that does something already, but a variable is well, I mean, wouldn't that make a variable a function if you make a variable and define a variable and then you call that variable? Isn't that a function? Well, or maybe it's not a function because the variable is something, but it's not. A functioning takes more than just a definition. A variable is just defining something like a string or integers, but a function takes a bit more than that, obviously, I guess. But we call them as methods, as they are default. As simple as that, yeah. You call them methods. If they're default things within the coding language, then you call them methods. Can be called, yeah.
Functions can be called numerous times and in numerous places in your code. Essentially, they are like wrapping up a segment of code into a nice present and giving it a name, which, when called, will unwrap the present.
A variable is a storage of address. Yeah, I guess I understand that. Yeah, because a function is more like doing something, whereas a variable is just a box with something with storing.
And go through the code that you had wrapped up. For example, the print statements we have been using this series allow us to print something to the console anytime we want. Those are functions. You see, we just call the print function and enter in what we want to be printed to the console into the parentheses, and the computer does it for us. Behind the scenes, there is actually even more complex code that is in charge of taking your text and translating it to the console to be printed. The developers of almost all programming languages realize that you don't want to program something that manually has to print something to the console through the use of complex programming, and so they implemented the print statement to reduce the stress and complexity of code on the user, abstracting it to the single line of code that is print. All of that code that is used to print something to the console is wrapped up like a present and given to us in the form of one line. This is actually the main theme of all functions and the backbone of any good program. Oftentimes in your program, there are going to be sections of code which are repeated and serve the same purpose, or equations which you want to allow differing inputs of. And so you can use functions in order to condense these down into singular lines of code to save both time and reduce clutter on your code. As you will see soon, functions are extremely powerful and will definitely be something you utilize all the time in your computer science journey. The print statement is just one example of functions in everyday code. There are thousands of functions that are available to you through the IDEs. However, because we won't always use all the functions that are available to you in a single program, you have to import these functions from packages found in the IDE, which is something that we'll be covering later on. Now, there are four main types of functions in most programming languages, and they are separated by two defining features: whether or not they take in arguments and whether or not they return values. Let's start by separating them by whether or not they take.
Alright.
Six.
Alright, list.
Now, I'd like to switch gears a little bit and continue our discussion from earlier on arrays. Arrays, while useful, aren't the only way to store and manipulate information. In fact, there are a multitude of different ways to store data in computer science, including linked lists, stacks, queues, maps, trees, and many others too. Right now, though, I'd like to talk about two cool, wacky, and zany ways to store data that we haven't previously covered: array lists and dictionaries. But before we get into those, let's get a little review and reinforcement of arrays. As you may remember, arrays are basically lists of values that are stored together. When you initialize an array, you give it a size, and this size is fixed. You won't be able to increase the size of the array, so when you make an array, its length is final. To access the values in an array, you reference them using an index which starts at 0. What this means is that the first item of an array is not at position 1, it is at position 0, and its position is commonly referred to as its index location. So, to find the nth item in an array, you would refer to it as index location n-1. However, as the size of an array is fixed, you have to be careful to not reference a position that is beyond the total size of the array, or to append too many items to it, as this will return an error. We also have what are known as two-dimensional arrays, which is an array containing an array at each of its indexes. Or you could have an array containing arrays, containing arrays, containing arrays, containing arrays, depending on what you're trying to do. Multidimensional arrays can be useful in more advanced programs for organizing a wide volume of related values. If that's confusing at all, skip back to earlier for our full discussion on arrays. The timestamp will be in the description. Now that we've reviewed arrays, let's go over array lists. Array lists, or just lists in Python, can be thought of as a growing array. Earlier, we mentioned how you have to be careful to set an appropriate size of your array and to make sure that you only reference and append values such that you remain within the size. However, with array lists, this isn't a problem. After you initialize an array list, it instinctively has a size of 10. But if you append values such that the size of the array list goes beyond 10 elements, an array list will grow itself, meaning that the computer will allocate more memory to the array to increase its total size so that the new values can be appended. This is quite useful when you don't know the exact number.
Okay, hold up. So static arrays can't be changed. It's a fixed size, but array list can be changed, but I don't quite understand 100%. Hold on. Array
is not at position 1. It is at position 0.
That's not.
And its position
I didn't mean to go back that far.
Or you want the ability to store more values to your heart's content. Remain within the size. However, with array lists, this isn't a problem. After you initialize an array list, it instinctively has a size of 10. But if you append values such that the size of the array list goes beyond 10 elements, an array list will grow itself, meaning that the computer will allocate more memory to the array to increase.
1 a.m. Oh my god, man. Dude, what are you doing staying up so late? God. Hey, it's 1:20 p.m. over here, so dude, I feel tired. I've been grinding this stuff so hard. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta pee real quick. 1 a.m. Oh my god. Curious minds. Here, curious, not encoding. Oh, well, you said you already know coding, but what? You're curious? Oh, well. Is it because I'm learning coding? Or trying to learn coding? The stuff ain't easy. I really got inspired. Or are you learning coding? I thought you said you already know coding, right?
Its total size so that the new values can be appended. This is quite useful when you don't know the exact number of values that the array will need to store. or you want the ability to store more values to your heart's content, such as when you're making a database with an unknown amount of users that will sign up. There is a lot more to uncover when regarding array lists.
Oh, you like curious minds. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I kind of thought of that wrong. But here, curious is not coding. Yeah. You're saying you're here because I'm curious about coding. And it really inspired you. But Jim, you said you already know coding, right? Like, are you still you're already like done learning it? Like you already learned it? I don't know if you're still like learning anything about it. Obviously you know a lot, so we were missing some messages. Am I? Hmm. Hmm. No C++ DSA. I don't know what that means, I'm gonna be honest. Now C++ DSA. What's DSA is the I forgot what that meant. Or what that stood for. That's not. Now C++ data structure and algorithm. Wait, is that what you're studying? Or that's what you already know? Because you already know a lot. But I don't know if you're still studying or if you just... Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. You already told me that. I learned... Oh, yeah. Wait, so do you do coding? Like... Oh no. I'm trying to get into it. I am now. How long did it take you to get to actually doing it? Or did you... Huh?
My juice.
What happened to your juice?
My juice and my book.
Okay. Oh no.
Vanessa. Vanessa.
You don't want? Oh no, what happened? I think I missed the prediction. Oh, I gotta predict. Oh crap. Okay, so, oh, yep, I won that one. Carmen Corp versus Team Vitality. I'm gonna put like 10. Yeah, I'm gonna vote for Carmen Corp. Carmen Corp always beats Team Vitality. Woo! Okay. Refer me. I am now. Refer to me as GM. Choose C++. Yeah, I was trying to get the GM stuff down, but GM also reminds me of, I don't know if you know this, but General Motors. Oh, I put that wrong. Yeah, General Motors is, they make all the cars and stuff. They make, hey, there's my car. Yeah, they make Cadillacs and cars and stuff. I was a mechanic, so I've done a lot of different stuff. The closest thing I got to doing techie stuff was I had like a cable job, and where I was like installing cable and stuff. And then, I mean, I had like the oil field job. I was doing a bunch of techie stuff, but it was, or math and techie stuff, but it was like very specific to the oil field, not to like stuff like this. Alright. Alright, GM, I'm gonna go ahead and do what you were talking about. I'm gonna start dumping into the C++ stuff, because a lot of stuff that I'm watching in that video is like stuff I'm getting to in here anyways, and this is gonna be telling me about. Yeah, see, like, I'm gonna be learning about tuple and list the next time, and then I'm gonna be learning about dictionaries. There's yeah, so but I have to wait for this stuff to come out, so I'm just gonna go ahead and start doing this one, try this out. Then it is easier to use. Yeah, it is easier to use. Yeah, I was just saying stuff. That's because GM. I was just saying what it makes me think of. Reminds me of GM. All right, let's see. I'm going to start this one. Welcome to the lesson environment. Learn a short lesson. Write your code here. And when you are ready, run the code. Happy coding. I'm gonna help you till the knowledge I have. Hey GM, dude, I appreciate it. I'm trying to learn this stuff, man. This stuff isn't like totally easy, but I mean, it's just one of those things where like, this is something I've always wanted to get into. I've never had the chance to. And with all the stuff I have learned, I mean, anything is learnable and obtainable if you try. But the only thing that stops you is how hard you're willing to put effort into something. So I already know that. That's a thing. Some things take longer to learn. The biggest obstacle is how much effort you're willing to put into it. C++ is a powerful high-performance programming language used in everything from game development and operating systems to scientific computing. Known for its efficiency and flexibility challenges. Press the Run Code button to run your first code in C++. Oh, this was something else. So I got C++ in Visual Studio, but I don't know how to, because I can't run it because I guess I don't have a compiler or something. But I thought I did the... Hey, what's up, Milton? Not anything, it should be everything. Yeah, well, wait, GM, you're talking about the code, right? Yeah, I know that they were just saying to run the code. But see, I thought, like, what is this? So I have and I put a C compiler, and I even put this compiler and installed this, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong with this one. Why I'm not able to run anything on here. I was like, if I click run, then I get this, and I'm not really sure. I'm doing something wrong. I meant. Alright, I'm gonna go to Google. I'm going to write steps of setup of Virtual Studio Code. Setups, steps. Okay. Open folder to create the project file. I don't want to select this. Wait, this is J. Okay, I need to create a new folder for this. New file. Oh. What? Okay. God dang it, what does it want? Name it. Okay. I created that. What's up, Milton? You look. Alright, I created it. Now what to do? Crap. Like this. Debug configuration. Does it matter which debug I use? I think you might be behind on my stream a little bit. Hmm. After, okay, hold on. Which one are you talking? Oh, this one. The one before return, right? Is that good? Or, crap, are you talking about this? Do I have to do it like that? Hold on. Like that? I think I saw one where it was like that. Is that what you're talking about? I gotta do a new line after every one of these. Control plus S. Oh. Now down arrow. Up right up. You want me to try to run it? Launch program, enter program name. What? No down arrow. Oh. This one. Well, it's still making me pick one of these. Launch program does not exist. God dang, this is confusing. One second. this one. No, I don't think I have. Let me see. Let's see. I guess this is it. I mean, this is it, ain't it? Oh man, I don't know. I guess I need C++. I mean, should I just click on all of them? What? It's the basic setup. All packages. Starting step is important. You talking about what I already did, GM? Follow this video. Okay.
Here's how to get started with C++ in VS Code in 60 seconds. First, you need a compiler installed. You can check if you already have one by opening the terminal and running a version command. You can check out our docs for a full step-by-step tutorial for installation based on your operating system. Once the compiler is set up, you need to install the C++ extension. This will give you C++ language features built right into VS Code like IntelliSense and debugging. When you install this extension for the first time, you get this really nice welcome experience. From here, you can click select the default compiler, and you should see your compiler lit.
Are you ready for this jelly? New jelly job. Full lips, gel.
Hey there, hope you're having a wonderful day. In this video, I'm going to show you how to set up C++ with Visual Studio Code. Alright, so for the first step, you want to download a code editor. So we are going to download Visual Studio Code, and to do so, just go to code.visualstudio.com. Make sure it's the... So once you finish downloading the installer for Visual Studio Code, click next, and then just click install. Alright, so after you finish installing Visual Studio Code, let's install a C++ compiler. So on the left hand side, you'll see overview, setup, get started. So just scroll down to where it says C++.
Alright, hold up. Slow down there, amigo. Let's see. Okay. What is this? Picking a link to open it? I don't know what you're saying. I'm confused, Jam. Now I understand why you are not picking a link to open. I get it. Let's see. Oh, screw it. I'm gonna, I guess, exit out of that. Crap, I don't know. I don't know. Probably shouldn't have done that. Whatever. Too far. I'm too far in. Okay.
Click on this, and
oh, wait a second. I don't even have... Wait. There we go. And he went here.
And click on the one for your operating system. In my case, I am using Windows. So we are going to follow the instructions for installing GCC on Windows. Alright, so now we have this page, and we have prerequisites, and one of them is install Visual Studio Code. So we have that done. And there's an extension we need to install, but we'll do that later. So first we want to install the MinGW toolchain. So to do so, we will install msys2, and you can just click on this direct link to an installer. Alright, after you've finished downloading the installer, open it, click next again, click...
Slow down.
On this, and click on the one that is install Visual Studio Code. So the MinGW toolchain. So to do so, we will install msys2, and you can just click on this direct link to an installer. Alright, after you've finished downloading the installer, open it, click next again, and then it will install msys2. Alright, so after that is done installing, click finish. And this will open up the msys2 shell, and if you've accidentally closed it, just go to search and look for msys2. Okay? Alright, so now what you want to do is...
Okay.
Let's go to this step 4, and just copy and paste this line.
Alright. What the? It doesn't paste. It doesn't paste. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. And this terminal is done.
And in MSys2, right click and paste.
Oh, I guess I'll have to right click.
Paste.
Press enter.
And hit enter.
Yep, of course. Nope.
So it says enter a selection. Just hit enter. And then type Y. So yes, proceed with installation. Alright, so after the installation has completed, exit the window. And for the final step, what we need to do is add mgw to the Windows path environment variable. So go to your search bar.
Okay, hold on. There's a lot of steps. Oh my goodness. Well, taking a minute. I'm just put this thing in turbo mode or something. The fans get so loud. Be patient, yeah. I'm working on being patient, Jim. I'm working on it. I don't even know how much memory I got up on this thing. Starting to fill that drive up. So one Hey, that's what I was saying the other day. I was like, man, whenever you're actually doing the coding stuff, you start figuring stuff out and start doing stuff. It's like, man, the freaking dopamine hits, dude. Like, I got way too much memory around here. It was like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. I got like 8 terabytes on here. It's ridiculous. Okay. Oh, clicking too much. Okay, I think he said I can exit out of this.
Exit the window.
Yeah.
And for the final step, what we need to do is add mgw to the Windows path environment variable. So go to your search bar and type in environment variables. And you want to click on edit the system environment variables. So click on environment variables. And then in user variables, so this top one over here, click on path.
You said what?
And you want to click on environment variables. And then
environment. I thought you said user variables.
In user variables, so this top one over here, click on path, and then click edit. And we want to copy and paste this path. So click
number 4. Okay, hold on. Copy and paste this path. Okay.
Click on new, paste it in, hit enter, and then click OK. Now, if for some reason you do not have this path variable, you can just click on new and type in path as the variable name, and for the variable value, you can just paste in that path for mingw, and then click OK. Alright, so once you've added that to your environment variables, just click OK, and then click OK. Alright, so the moment of truth, we need to check our mingw installation. So search, look for a command prompt, open that up, type in gcc -- version, and as you can see, we have our compiler installed. And let's also do g++.
Do I gotta space it out or something? Oh, dang it. Gee. There it goes. Wait. Does that mean it's to 15.2? Okay.
Plus -- version and gdb -- version. Alright, so it seems like we have everything properly installed. So close this window, Alright, so now what you want to do is open up your Visual Studio Code. And the first thing you need to do is click on this icon. And we need to install an extension. So type in C++.
I think I already got that one.
And click on this one. So you want to install this C/C++ extension pack. So this will provide all the tools you need for writing C++ code in Visual Studio Code. So click install.
I already got it.
Alright, so after you finish installing the extension pack, close this, and then click on this file icon. Let's create a C++ file. So click File, New Text File. And here in Visual Studio Code, we have an option to select a language. So click on that, and click on C++, and then let's save this file. So you can save anywhere. I'm going to save it on my desktop. So let's name this file test. And as you can see over here, it will save the file as a C++ file. So click save. And we have our first C++ file here. And
okay, hold on. What's that? Oh man, 15.2.0 is the version. Is include spelled right. It looks like it is. Include errors detected. Please update your include path. I don't know. Should I make a new one? Let's see.
Alright, so after you finish installing the extension pack, close this, and then click on this file icon. Let's create a C++ file. So click File, New Text File.
Right.
And here in Visual Studio Code, we have an option to select a language. So click on that and click on C++, and then let's save this file. So you can save anywhere. I'm going to save it on my desktop. So let's name this file test. And as you can see over here, it will save the file as a C++ file. So click save, and we have our first C++ file here. And if you don't see that option for selecting a language, just click File, New Text File again, and just click Control Save. And over here, just type test.cpp. So we are going to add an extension to signify that this is a C++ file. So the extension for that is CPP.
Oh, it's hard to see.
So click Save, and here we have our test.c++. So I'm going to quickly add some starter code. Alright, so I have my starter code, and if this is your first time writing C++ code, I have a playlist teaching C++.
That looks like the same. Okay.
On my channel, and I'm going to have more videos on C++ in the future, so I will link that in the video description. But basically what it does is, if I run this program, it will just print hello world. So to run the program, we have this play button over here. So in this drop down, you can just click run C/C++ file, and then just click on the first one. And if this is your first time running C++ on Visual Studio Code, you might see this stuff over here. Playlist teaching C++ on my channel, it would just print hello world. So C++ file, and then just click on the first one.
Oh, he's got a different thing than I got. Like, I don't have a... Okay, so like he has this. I don't have this. When I go over here, this is all I have. I'm in a Windows 11 GM. Oh, small letters on your side. Down arrow. Talking about this part? What?
My fits on this. My this. My cool dot. My this.
Oh, pretty.
My this.
Oh, it ripped?
Yes.
Oh, it'll be okay. It happens. There you go.
No, my whip. My whip.
That's what I'm saying. I'm missing like a thing that he has on here. I'm missing this. I'm only showing this. I don't have any of this. I don't know why.
Do, do, do.
launch program does not exist. You may only use.
Fun. And if this is your first time running C++ on Visual Studio Code, you might see this stuff over here. You can ignore it, so just exit out and just run it again. And as you can see, we see hello world. And I can also change this to hello Kenny and then click save, and how you can set up C++ with Visual Studio Code. And if you found this tutorial helpful,
make sure your path variable entry matches. Toolchain was installed. I got something wrong. Install it. This is an official trusted package. Install what? Do I need to go back? Compiler is installed. The compiler path points to it so the extension can discover the system headers. Now, how do you do that? Compile and run example G++, G++. I think I messed up when I started installing that other one. Because I started installing that other one first. And then I went back and started installing the other one. Downloads. This thing right here. Because I started installing this one. Cancel. Okay, hold on. Because I started installing this one first. Is there a way to uninstall and reinstall? The application is already installed. Installation directory. God, what's popping up now? Dang it.
Damn it.
Clear button. It won't even let me. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, dang it. NGW. Settings. Alright, I'm gonna have to make sure I got this on installed.
So AI is transforming customer service. That's obvious. We know that. The leader in the category is Finn. That's our product. We're best in the benchmarks. We win in every bake-off. And we're voted number 1 at...
Right click and then delete. If you added the MinGW in environment variables, then you have to remove it from there as well. Go to the search and then type NV. Edit the system environment variables. Click on it. Then click on environment variables.
But I created...
Select the path. Click on edit. And here you have the MinGW.
Oh, it's not even in here, so I'm
and
fine.
click on delete. Click on OK. Click on OK. And click on OK. Because the program itself does not exist anymore, it is useless to have these shortcuts. So it is best to delete it.
Okay, so I think my input path for this... What, Olivia? Oh my god. What? Okay. Okay, where does it say this? My system. Is it supposed to be this one?
No.
Standard variables.
This one is like. Look, a sigh. Sigh. Look. Somehow.
If I use the default. How do I know if I did that? This is what I got.
No.
CR2
No.
done.
Ouchie. Sorry. I'm sorry.
What's this one? And then bin. And then what it's supposed to be this. I use the default settings. Defining path. I don't know how to fix this.
Michael. Without the down.
You are messing more. Pull down the.
Mama.
What?
Michael. Oh, poop.
What?
Dada. YouTube kids.
You already asked me that.
Dada.
You've asked me that like 5 times.
Dada. Dada. Dada.
Yeah.
Oh, poop.
Okay, let's get you a diaper. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but this is, I guess the path stuff isn't fully correct. And this is what I got. And then, let's see. Let's see. I go. Yeah. Okay, hold on. If I go here, I mean, this is what I got in here, and here's C++. I mean, that's, I don't know. I'll take a look at it in a second. The Python's working. I don't know. It's cold. What the heck? Let's see. What is this? OBS is still running. No, my OBS Studio thing crashed. Sorry about that, GM. Video. There's another video. I mean, I don't really understand what I did wrong in that one. So I don't know. I'm gonna go back and see. Let's see. Something's not right.
With the American Express Platinum Card, you can unlock experiences like no other. Find out your welcome offer.
Hey there, hope you're having a wonderful day. In this video, I'm going to... First thing you need to do is click on this icon. And we need to install user variables. So this top one over here. Finish installing Visual Studio Code. Let's...
Done. Give time to my chart. Jim, are you saying that you just installed it on your computer again or something? I don't really know what you're saying.
Install a C++ compiler.
Chat. Give time to my chat. I just don't know what I did wrong. If I did something wrong, I don't know if I did something wrong. It says I have it installed. So the issue is the path.
Variables. And then in user variables, so this top one over here, click on path and then click edit. And we want to copy and paste this path. So click on new, paste it in, hit enter, and then click OK. Now, if for some reason you do not have this path variable, you can just click on new and type in path as the variable name. And for the variable value, you can just paste in that path for min.gw and then click OK. Alright, so once you've added that to your environment variables, just click OK and then click OK. Alright, so the moment of truth, we need to check.
Okay, how do I check if the path is incorrect? How do I check? Find the compiler path of Visual Studio Code. The most reliable method is to use the built-in developer command prompt. Cannot find files for given patterns.
I were him, I'd bundle my home and auto and pick up the real victory, savings.
Are you talking?
Hey everyone, in this video I will be showing you how to set up C++ in your Visual Studio Code. So first I'll be showing you how to download and install MinGW, which is a C++ compiler, and also how to install Visual Studio Code, and finally I'll be showing you how to set up both. So let's get started. First, just Google MinGW and we'll be having the link from sourceforge.net. Click it, and here we'll be having the MinGW for Windows. So just click on download and the download will be getting started. It's just a setup file, 84 KB in size. So just click it and click on install. So that is going to be the installation directory. If you want to change it, you can change it. Just click on continue, and this will take some time to download. Just be patient. So once all the necessary things have been downloaded, you can just click on continue. And here we will be having the list of compilers that we need to install. So just click it and select mark for installation. So by this way we are checking that. So just do the same for everything except Fortran. So just do the same for all. Once you are done checking the necessary stuff, to the leftmost top we will be having the installation. Select it and click on apply changes and just click on apply. So again this will download the necessary packages. Just be patient, and once everything is installed we will be getting this all changes were applied successfully. You may now close this dialog. So just click on close, and we can also close the MinGW installation manager. So now we need to add the MinGW installation location in our environment variable. So to quickly find that, just go to search and type MinGW, and we'll be having this MinGW installation manager. We can just click on open file location, and this will take us to this folder. Here also right click.
Okay.
And select open file location again. So this will directly take us to the folder where MinGW has been installed. So it's in our local disk C MinGW folder. Go to that main folder of MinGW and click on bin. So we need to copy this particular path. Place your mouse on top and click on copy address. Now again go to search and type environment. We will be having the edit the system environment variables. Select that and go to environment variables, and here under system variables we need to select path. So scroll down, select path and edit. Here go to the top and click on new and just paste this path and click on OK. Click on OK everywhere. Now go to search and open command prompt and open it. So now here we will be running the command, which is g++ space -- version, and as you can see here I'm getting the g++ MinGW version. If
all right, let's see. done. Okay. Let's see.
If he gets
G++.
some error over here, we have made some mistake in the installation, or we have added the wrong path. If you get the version, we have done everything perfectly. So now that we have set up the G++ path perfectly, next we need to download Visual Studio Code. So first thing, just Google Visual Studio Code and you'll be getting the first link from code.visualstudiocode.com. Just click that. And here you'll be having an option for download for Windows, and if you want to read it, you can just scroll and read it. Just click it and the download will be getting started, and it is about 100 MB in size, the setup file. Just be patient till then. Once the download is complete, just double click and open it. You will be getting the Visual Studio Code setup. Just click on I accept the agreement. If you want, you can read it. Just click on next. This is going to be the location. I'll just leave it to default. Click on next. This is fine. Next. And make sure that you are checking everything over here like this. Yeah, this is good. And click on next. And just click on install. So just be patient. Yeah, once the installation is complete, you will be having the launch Visual Studio Code. Just check that and click on finish. And you will be getting the Visual Studio Code interface open like this. So after selecting our necessary theme over here, we need to open a folder to create our C++ project. So go to File and select Open Folder. And here just go to the folder location and create a new empty folder. And just name it whatever you want. I will just go with C++. Okay, and we can just select it and click on select folder. So now this particular folder will be opened in our Visual Studio Code. You can just click yes, I trust the authors. Now this folder is empty. We will be creating a C++ file inside it. So for that, click on this icon and just have a name for your file. Let me just go with new.cpp. We need to have the .cpp extension, which denotes that this is a C++ file. So once you create a .cpp file, you will be getting a automatic notification from Visual Studio Code. As you can see, it asks us to install a C or C++ extension pack. So it says, do you want to install it? And here you need to just click on install. And the extension will be installed. So this just helps us with automatic code recommendations and IntelliSense. Let's just go and change the font size first because it looks so small initially. So for that, we need to go to settings, which is this icon, and here we need to click on again settings. And here we will be having the font size. Just place your cursor there and put a number. I would recommend you to go with 30. That's a good size. And you can just close the settings now. So now let's just go and code a basic C++ program. So it's going to be #include, and as you can see, we are getting this recommendation automatically coming for us. This is because of the extensions that we have installed. So this makes coding much more simple.
Oh my god. One file changed.
I'm gonna make myself lunch, okay?
Okay. That the build process for your Visual Studio Code has failed. This can be due to reasons such as misconfiguration and test launch, missing compiler, incorrect environment settings.
Relaunch task cc++:gcc.x build active file. terminated with exit code -1 error in Visual Studio Code versus code is a common issue faced by C++ developers. This error occurs when the integrated terminal in versus code cannot locate the GCC compiler, which is required to build, run, and debug C++ programs. In this article, we will discuss all the possible reasons which can cause this issue and the ways to solve them. We're confident that by the end of this article, you will have solved this error in your computer system. As discussed earlier, this problem occurs when the terminal inside versus code fails to run the GCC compiler when trying to build your program. However, there could be multiple reasons why versus code isn't able to locate or run the GCC compiler. We'll discuss all of them and provide solutions to them. The steps to detect and solve the error are given below. This is to ensure that the compiler responsible for compiling your C++ code is actually installed in your system. In command prompt, PowerShell, or any other terminal installed in your system, type GCC version. If GCC is installed correctly, its version number will be displayed on the screen, as shown below. Otherwise, it means that GCC is not installed in your system properly, and you need to install GCC first, from here. If the GCC version command doesn't work on your terminal even after installing GCC, you need to check whether the environment variable is correctly set up for GCC. To check the same, press Ctrl+ to open the Run box, type system.cpr, and hit Enter. The System Properties window will open. Go to the Advanced tab and click on the Environment Variables. Environment variable is correctly set up for GCC. To check the same, press Ctrl+ to open the Run box, type system.cpr, and hit Enter. It means that GCC is not installed in your system command prompt, PowerShell, or any other terminal installed in your system, type GCC version. If GCC is installed correctly, its version number will be displayed on the screen, as shown below. Otherwise, it means that GCC is not installed in your system properly, and you need to install GCC first, from here. If the GCC version command doesn't work on your terminal even after installing GCC, you need to check whether the environment variable is correctly set up for GCC. To check the same, press Ctrl+ to open the Run box, type system.cpr, and hit Enter. The System Properties window will open. Go to the Advanced tab and click on the Environment Variables button, as shown in the picture below. The list of user and system variables will appear. Now, select the path variable from under User Variables and double-click on it. Make sure the location of your GCC compiler's executable is mentioned there. If not, add it there. In the picture given below, we've used Min64. The C++ extension for Versus Code configures the GCC environment for programs to be built and run in Versus Code smoothly. Go to the Extensions tab in Versus Code, Ctrl+Shift+X, type C++, and install the extension if not already installed.
Yeah, I was just saying if that's code language not supported or defined. Oh, now it's just Okay.
Press Ctrl plus Shift plus P inside versus code to launch the Commands tab in versus code. Ctrl plus Shift plus X, type CC++, and install the extension if not already installed. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus P inside versus code to launch the command palette, and type CC++. Edit configure. Ctrl plus Shift plus X.
I already have this.
Type CC++ and install the extension if not already installed. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus P inside versus code to launch the command palette, and type
Inside versus, what is it
type
talking
CC++.
about?
Edit configurations, UI. Select the option shown in the picture given below, and hit enter. Make sure that all the values in your configuration match the values given below. Compiler path. This varies based on your GCC installation path and operating system. Double check to make sure that the location mentioned in your compiler path is correct or not. If not, update it with the right location of the GCC executable. IntelliSense mode, as shown in the image below.
What image
Include
below?
path : $workspace folder, defines, as shown in the given image. C standard, new 17 C++ standard, new ++ 17. I hope that this article was helpful in resolving the pre-launch task C++ : gcc.x build active file terminated with exit code -1 error in Visual Studio Code versus code. By following the steps apps plus
I don't know
and
what this
install the
is.
extension if not already installed. Press Ctrl plus Shift plus P inside versus code to launch the command palette.
I guess some pages are missing the VIDE. Yeah.
And type CC++.
Well, that doesn't help.
Welcome to this video, guys. I have the simple C++ code here that prints hello world, but if I try to run this in Visual Studio Code, as you can see, I get this error that says the pre-launch C++ gcc.exe build active file terminated with exit code -1. Now you can close this. So to fix this, delete this .vscode folder that is created automatically by VS Code. Now you can close the terminal by clicking this or this. Now click on this run button again on top right, and now instead of choosing gcc.exe, choose g++.exe. Now this time your compilation is successful, as you can see, because main.exe file is created, and in the debug console you will be able to see hello world. That is the output of your C++ code. Now if you are not able to see output, you might be in terminal. The out
Okay, man, that's God dang. Okay. What'd he say? Okay, he said to
output will be shown in debug console. Delete this .vscode folder that is created automatically by VS Code. Now you
delete that.
You can close the terminal by clicking this or this. Now click on this run button again on top right, and now instead of choosing gcc.exe, choose g++.exe.
Okay.
.exe. Now this time your compilation is successful, as you can see, because main.exe file is created, and in the debug console you will be able to see hello world, that is the output of your C++ code. Now if you are not able to see output, you might be in terminal. The output will be shown in debug console if you have run this code in debug mode. Okay, now you can close this. Now if you want to run this not in debug mode but just run this without debugging, just click on run C++ file and your code will be run. Again, you can see the output in debug console. Also, your main.exe is created.
Alright, so is that it?
Debug mode. Okay, now you can close this. Now if you want to run this not in debug mode but just run this without debugging, just click on run C++ file and your code will be run. Again, you can see the output in debug console. Also, your main.exe is created. So this is how you can fix.
Where do you see if it's
.exe is created. So this is how you can fix that error without debugging. Just click on run C++ file and your code will be run. Again, you can see the output in debug console. Also, your main.exe is created. So this is how you can fix that error. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Hold on. I saw it, but how do I get the output of it? Or is that it? Is it working now? Is that it? Zoom in. I mean, if I put that, it does that now. It looked like that was working. This was error because I just put hello. I don't even know how to type in C++, so. I don't know what that means. Or is that supposed to be an O, not a 0? Did I do that wrong? In terminal. Yeah, this is the terminal right here. Name of this file is name your file. I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm able to do stuff like 5 plus 5. I don't know. And if I put hello, that'll. Oh, I messed up. That'll print hello world. Change means to. Oh. I didn't do anything. I don't know. I don't know if it was supposed to do anything, but now type main. I don't know what you mean. No. What is that? Mouse properties. Is that what it's supposed to do? No, it should print. Huh. I don't know, it popped up my mouse for some reason. Hello? Do you want to guess? No. I mean, it's the only way to. You could just finish what? You're gonna be picking them up soon, that's what you're saying? Yeah.
Olivia, do you want to touch my thumb?
too. You gonna do your classes? Alright. I mean, if we're gonna use our time, I guess we should use it to do something productive. Ugh. I bet you will. Love you too. Bye. Alright, Jim, this has been a headache. I still got one more thing I gotta do. Let's see. Hey, that one worked. Cannot build and debug because the file's not. What? Click the extension icon. Oh. Alright. Now what? Search code runner. I already got that. Talking about that one? But I already have it installed. Go to File Preferences Settings. Settings. Add or update this for C++. How do I do that? Just run it. Well, that's a lot of stuff to type in. I don't know. Do you want me to do that on a separate line or something? Or type that here?
You're applying for tech jobs and every listing says SQL required. Want to accelerate your tech?
Hey, what's going on everybody? My name is Caleb, and in this video we're going to talk about how to code in C or C++ in Visual Studio Code. Now, the important thing to realize is that VS Code is just a text editor. It doesn't care what language you're writing. You're going to need surrounding tools, specifically a compiler, which will take C or C++, compile that into an executable program. And that's really what we're going to be talking about in this video, but we're going to do that within the context of VS Code so that you can run your...
I need more water.
C and C++ code very easily. I want it so that anybody following my C or C++ content can follow along, so we need an editor where you can run code.
Oh, skip on that. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just tripping out because Gentlemates just actually, I predicted that Gentlemates were gonna win, and they actually won. Look here, check it out. It's I got a TV up there. I got RLCS going on. I'm like betting out here. I don't know if you know what RLCS is, but this is like, it's going on right now, so I got it in the background. It's literally this stuff.
And we
Yes,
harping
this.
on him. He had many.
But yeah, the team that I voted on won. I guess I made a good prediction. Not that I put money on it or anything, but it's like you can put points on it, and it's, I don't know, those points aren't really worth anything, but
That's
it's just
the basics,
a fun thing
and then
about
pretty
it,
much it's all going to be the same. Step one of this is to get Visual Studio Code. Go ahead and download this. It can get a little old. You can make it a little bit easier if you open a... Now within Visual Studio Code, we can say run C/C++ file, and you'll get this drop down here to choose which tool you want to use. We're going to use the G++ compiler, or GCC for a C program. So we'll select that. What this will do is build or compile the code. Now from a new terminal, you should be able to run. Now within Visual Studio Code, we can say run C/C++ file, and you'll get this drop down. Now within Visual Studio...
Okay, wait, he's got the one that says hello. Is that the one that I already have? Oh, this one. Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna use this one I already got. Oh. Stand count. See. Hello world. So return 0. Okay.
Studio Code, we can say run C/C++ file, and you'll get this drop down here to choose which tool you want to use. We're going to use the G++.
Oh, well, it didn't let me choose a tool. What? Cannot build or debug because the active file is not. Okay, well, here, I'm going to copy this crap and get rid of this. Okay, and then let's go ahead and new text file. Select language, C++. Put that in and try to do it again. It's still not. I mean, why is it doing this all of a sudden? Is it because this thing? And give me
Plus compiler, or GCC for a C program. So we'll select that. What this will do is build or compile the code. Now from a new terminal, you should be able to run the compiled version with /example, and you can see the output hello world. And we can try
with dot. Huh. Why's I got this going on though? The following extensions want to relaunch the terminal to contribute to its environment Python. It says Python's trying to mess with it. Because I have Python, I guess. Whatever. Have you played Rocket League? I played it a lot for a while, and then now I'm trying to get this stuff down, but compiler setup is done. Now we are doing code runner setup. Complete the video.
by changing this by, changing the text, hitting G++ build and debug. You may also see
Alright.
output. Now, the code runner extension I talked about earlier, I'm going to show you how to use that real quick. What that's going to do is it's going to allow us to immediately do both of those things and get that output here, which can be a little bit faster if that's what you prefer. You may need to do some configuring, so you can go to your extensions and find code runner with a quick search, code runner, and then go into extension settings, and anything that you're interested in is going to be in here. So for example, the option to run it in a terminal, run in terminal, I have that checked so it shows up in the terminal instead of in the output, just so I can get user input a little bit easier. But if you uncheck that, what that's going to do is it's going to run it in the output, which actually gives quite a nice looking output. So that's up to you if you want that. Now say you're working with something that might be a C++11 feature. Let's say we said include vector and we wanted to use some initialization features. We might say vector of type int items, and we will assign this 1, 2, and 3. This is going to show up as a problem, probably because I need to prefix this with standard. Alright, so far so good. If we want to run this the first way, run C/C++, we get a problem now. Cannot be initialized with an initializer list. I know this is valid because you can compile it manually saying G output. Now, the code runner extension I talked about earlier, I'm going to show you how to use that real quick. What that's going to do is it's going to allow us to immediately do both of those things and get that output here, which can be a little bit faster if that's what you prefer. You may need to do some configuring, so you can go to your extensions and find code runner with a quick search, code runner, and then go into extension settings, and anything that you're interested in is going to be in here. So for example, the option to run it in a terminal, run in terminal, I have that checked so it shows up in the terminal instead of in the output, just so I can get user input a little bit easier.
Wait, if I'm using this as a code runner as a compile, is this running as a compiler? Done.
But if you uncheck that, what that's going to do is it's going to run it in the output, which actually gives quite a nice looking output. So that's up to you if you want that. Now say you're working with
That's enough for now. Code runner is set. I mean, it's still not putting in the output though. I mean, it's in the terminal, but I don't see it in the output. Click run code. Man, okay, it's running, doing something. I don't even know what it's doing. Yeah, it won't run it in the... Oh, so it is working. Alright. That runs a whole lot differently than Python. This is like Python is way easier than all that. Well, shoot, should I do the... Let's see. Should I go back to that other website where it was actually teaching me that stuff? What was it? After, that was like a long ways back here. I was back here. Press run the runner code, the runner first code. And C++ text to be printed with SD. Shoot, I don't know. Oh wait, okay. The Hello World is a simple program that outputs Hello World on the screen. In C++, we use to print output to the console. The text to be printed is placed within double quotes and followed by insertion operator. Let's take a look at the Hello World program in C++. Oh my god. Jesus. $3 a.m. Oh my god, GM, Jesus. Don't you have work or school or something? I don't know how you stay up so late this trip. Ugh. You're just a night out. I think that's what it is. Oh, I'm gonna make another prediction. Who's gonna win, Manchester City or GK Sports? I'm going with GK. Alright. Let's see. In C++, text to be printed. STD. Let's be enclosed and double quotes. That's what it says. I still don't understand the reasoning for the this or this. I would like. I mean, that's true because it says it's true, but you couldn't just put this and it type it, right? Okay, which operator sends data to? Okay, sending, I guess it would be this one. Okay, the text to be 4 hours enough sleep. You're only getting 4 hours of sleep? That sounds terrible. The text to be printed is placed within double quotes and followed by the insertion operator. Okay, so you're inserting this into that. Which operator sends data to, yeah, you're sending this data to that. This is very different. Complete the statement above print text. Well, according to this, it's gonna be that, so standard count, I don't know. What is that? Is there a meaning behind these random letters? What is this? STD. Understanding. Predefined. So a predefined object that is part of standard input-output library. It is used to output data to the standard output stream, typically the console. The term count stands for character output, and it is an instance of the standard output stream class, which provides functional for formatted and unformatted outputs. Resides within the standard namespace. To use it, you must either prefix or include using namespace std in your code. Without this, the compiler will not recognize counts and throw an error. Interesting. Alright. Find the line that produces visible output. What does do in C++? Declare reads input from the user, prints output to the console. Alright, challenge. You use Kodi for SQL? Yeah, I was using boot.dev for SQL, but it barely really taught me much, so I might try using Kodi for SQL. Depending, I'll see how it goes. Use the code view to write a program that outputs hello world. Note that anything inside quotation marks case sensitive. These are different things. That's the capital L. Oh, well, that's pretty simple. I guess. STD count. And then where's that thing? Oh, is it like that? And then hello world. And then I gotta put these bad boys. Okay. Run code. Yeah. That was fairly simple. Start quiz. In programming. Didn't read. In programming, comments are pieces of text that explain what the code is doing. Oh yeah, comics. Oh, so in C++, instead of using the little hashtag symbol to make comments, you do like a dash dash. But this one only has this. Oh, this is a multi-line comment. So you do a dash star and a dash star backwards, and that's how you. Okay, yeah, that's pretty simple enough. They will not affect your program. They're just comments, obviously, to be used for someone that's going to see it in the future. Multi-line comments. Okay, comments are important for making your code understandable to others. What happens to comments when the code is compiled? They are ignored by the compiler. Yep. Okay, find the line with incorrect comment syntax. This one, it doesn't have an end. Alright, which correctly comments out to multiple lines? It would be this one. Complete the single line comment syntax. Blank this. Oh, single, then it'd be those. A single line comment that starts with no. Simple enough, simple enough. Alright, in C++, every line of code that runs must be inside the main function. I remember seeing the main thing. The main function is the entry point of a C++ program. When you run a C++ program, the code inside the main function is the first to be executed. Here's a simple breakdown of the basics of C++ programs. Okay, header for input outputs, main function, that, and then return statement. C++, the include directive is used to include header files which contain declarations of functions and objects that your program can use. In this case, include iOS stream includes the iOS stream header, which provides objects like that for outputting text to the console. Important notes in C++, each statement must end with a semicolon. The semicolon is a mandatory and tells C++ that you reach the end of the statement. Forgetting to add a semicolon will result in a compilation error. However, note that code blocks enclosed in curly brackets, like function declarations, don't need semicolons. If you put something within brackets, it doesn't need semicolons. Code blocks enclosed in curly brackets require a semicolon. Nope. What happens if you omit a semicolon at the end of a statement? The statement is automatic. Semicolon, the program runs but produces. Wait, what happens if you omit? Oh, omit means you don't put one. A semicolon at the end of the statement. Compilation error occurs. Complete the include directive for the console output. Include IO stream. Find the line in the syntax with a syntax error. This one, it doesn't have a semicolon at the end. What is the purpose of the main function? Let's see, it defines variables in the entire program and includes the header files into the program. It outputs text to the console that serves as the entry point where program execution begins. Create a C++ program with the main function. Inside the main function, write code to output the following text. This is my first C++ program. Okay, crap. Now I gotta remember it. So include. Crap, I forgot how to run it. remember. This is so much more to remember. I don't. God dang it. Int main. Oh. Int main. And then God dang it. What was it? I had to input ints. It's str. And then I think it was like that. I don't remember. Flower brackets, int main. Where'd the flower brackets go? I remember they went somewhere. Do I have to put them a specific spot? Or do I need to put them with the brackets? Oh. Oh. Alright. Let's see. Nope, I messed up. It's not, it wasn't, this wasn't it. Code should be inside. Okay. This is gonna be a lot to try to remember. Not like this. And then I did this wrong. I don't know what that's supposed to be. It's not str. What was it? Well, I put return over here. STD standard. That's right. Return. Oh wait, is return supposed to be in here too? Like this or something? I don't know. Let's see. Oh god, that's okay. I'm supposed to put it like away at the end. Will that run like that? Probably not. Nope. It's saying I need something like this. Oh, I think I wasn't supposed to put a semicolon here. Okay, so I'm gonna do something like that. Will that work? Return. Stuck. Okay. Okay. Include the necessaries. Stream. I mean, I already have that. Library, you must include a header beginning with include. Oh, I had to put a space there. Okay, and define the main functionals. It's main. It's main. Oh, I gotta put return 0. I had to put return 0 too. Why do you return 0? A successful command returns A0. That's weird. Returns an integer. But it wasn't an integer. Integer is a number. The int represents that main named function, returns an integer. Why would it return an integer? That wasn't an integer, that was a string. Kind of confused by that. Int main. Variables are containers that hold data values. Let's see. Data values that are used to store and manipulate and display information within a program. In short, a variable is like a memory unit. Main function name. Oh, main is the function name. So do you have to put main, or could you put anything? It's like how in Python you define a function. Or no, because main is already a function. It's a built-in function, so you're not defining a function. But you have to use the main function name to use that function, I guess. Is that what you're saying, Jim? Compiler starts from main. Variables continue. In short, a variable is like a memory unit that we can access by typing sources from main keywords. While compiling. Each variable has a unique name and a value that can be of different types. Has various built-in data types that define. It searches for the main keyword. Yeah, I guess I'd have to see when you would put other things. Oh, well, there's. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'll make more sense as I go, I'm sure. Each variable has unique names. Has various built-in data types. To initialize a variable, we use the following format: variable type, variable name equals value. Yeah?
Can I play video games?
Yeah. Why would I say no?
I love you.
I love you too. Is Olivia asleep?
No.
Oh. Well. Oh, do y'all want... Hold on. Do y'all want chicken nuggets or something? Let's see. Purpose of the main function in C++, entry point where program execution begins. So is that where, okay, GM, you saying that when you put main function, is that where it begins searching for where to initiate what it's about to do, I guess, while compiling? It searches for main keyword. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it'll make more sense as I keep going. Yeah. Let's see. Whole numbers are typically represented using the int data type. What? Whole numbers are into because like ints for. It still uses int for integer, right? No, it doesn't use int for integer because you put int for other things. I'm confused. Okay, int is used to store whole numbers without any decimals points, for example. Okay, well if it stores whole numbers without decimals, then it is like an integer. When declaring variables in C++, you need to specify the type of the variable before the variable name. This is known. Oh, okay, that's what it's saying here. Variable type, int, and then variable name, and then that's the name. Versus in Python, you don't have to define it first. You just put like, hey, this is what I'm going to call it. This is what it is. Variable type. This is known as type declaration. Once a variable is declared with a certain type, it can only hold values of that type. A variable declared as int can store the value without any, no, because that is a float. Declare a variable to store a person's birth year, int. Wrong answer. Oh. I have to put a, no, I didn't even notice it was capital. Once a variable is declared as int, it can later store text values. No, it says it can't. Apparently. Which declaration correctly initializes an integer variable? You need to put int score. I mean, that looks correct. Nope. No. Yep, that's the first one. What does a variable name represent in C++? A command that executes code is a way to access a memory location, a type mathematical operation, the actual value stored in memory. I think it's this one. Yeah. Declare a variable to store a person's birth year. Oh, it's making me do this one again because I messed up, I guess. Oh. Alright. Declare an int variable name quantity and initialize it with the value 5. See, I gotta start getting used to typing this stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and open Visual Studio Code, and I'm actually going to start doing this, because if I don't start typing this stuff out on the regular, like actually filling this stuff out, then I'm gonna forget. So what I need to do is start typing this and getting used to it. And okay, so include, and then we're gonna put iOS stream. Okay, and then int main. So okay, so that autofill stuff is cool, but I don't need it to autofill that much. Okay, here. And then declare and initialize variables. Okay. And I gotta work on my typing anyway, screw it. I'll put the values. That's obviously what we're going to do. I'm going to do STD, which is a weird thing to say. And then count for currents or something, however it went. And then we're going to do point it to what we're sending it to. And then we're going to name it quantity. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I guess I did. Quantity. Now we're gonna return 0. Okay, so declare the integer. So we're gonna put integer quality. Why is it automatically filling it out for me? I don't like that. I don't want to see that. I want to be using my own brain. Quality is the value of 5. Why? How does it know that's what I'm gonna be putting? Okay, let's try running it. I guess I can't click that run. I have to do this. Quantity 5. Okay. Now we're gonna put it in here. Int is quantity equals 5. Huh. All right. Real numbers. C++ real numbers are typically represented using two main data types, floats and double. Well, this is different. Float is used to store numbers with a decimal point. For example, floats. Yeah, okay, I know what a float is. I don't know why there's an F at the end. The F, or F, at the end of a decimal number is called a literal suffix, and it explicitly tells the compiler that this number should be treated as a float. Okay. Double is used to store numbers with a decimal point but with double precision. Float typically has 7 decimal digits of precision, whereas double typically has 15 to 17 decimal digits of precision. For example, a float is that, a double is that. It's a... Oh, okay. So a float might print a decimal numbers of, well, that's 5 digits at the end of the decimal, and a double is going to be a lot more. Okay. What declaration correctly stores a float value? Apparently you got to put an F on it. What's the float price? What is wrong with this one? It doesn't have an F. What's wrong with this one? That looks like how you would store an integer. What's wrong with this one? Oh, it's got a comma right there. Check that out. Barely saw that comma. Why might float F equal lose precision? The number is too large for any data type. Float only stores about 7 decimal digits accurately. Yeah. Decimal numbers cannot be stored in float. The F suffix is missing. I mean, yeah, I guess so. No. A double provides more decimal precision than a float, true. Blank measurement equals double. The literal suffix of F in 99.99F is optional and has no effect on others. No. Why might float lose? Because floats can only store 7. Okay. Write a C++ program that declares and initializes the following variables. Declare a float variable. Okay, let's do a float variable named item price. Okay, and initialize it with the value of equals 24.99f. Oh, dang, I gotta go already. Ah, dang, pizza. Declare double variable named temperature, and it is a 23.5. Now Cody is over. What? What do you mean, GM? Only 5 energy for every 4 hours. 5 energy. 5 energy for every 4. I don't know what that means. I'm so confused. It's so, I don't know. Okay. That was cool. I'm gonna do this. I gotta implement this in my brain so I don't forget. So I'm gonna type in include at the top every time. And then I'm gonna put iOS stream. Okay. Now we're gonna int main parentheses. For some reason I forgot why. And I'm going to put in a float. I'm gonna name that float item price. So that price is going to be equal to not $19.99, but $24.99. And because it's a float, I also have to put an F. Oh, not that one, a semicolon. Okay. Now, next I'm going to put a double temperature. That is going to be temperature is going to equal 23 points. God dang it. 5. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the CD counts because that's the code for printing apparently. I'm gonna say that this code price. Hey, what's up, you Jawafal? How you doing, man? It's a tough name. It's a tough name to read. Alright, item price. And you have to define the direction of all the FPD. I don't know what E and DL does. Well, I'm hoping they explain this. Okay, let's see. No. Temperature. E and means new line. So anytime you are, so if I want to put hello world and then hello world, then I would have to put standard end line after each one. Temperature, standard end line. Return 0, because if it doesn't return 0, then it doesn't get anything. See, so we created a float named item price. I have to put the F at the end to tell it that it is a float, additionally to it already telling it that it's a float. And then double, creating a double. The names of that double is going to be temperature. That's 23.5. Remove F. You saying I have to remove the? It just told me I have to have the F in there for if it's a float. You can remove F. You can. Well, it told me I had to have it in there. Look, it's like one to put it. Then you put standard. Couch is for printing. Then you're gonna put price is going to go into printing, and I'm assuming that what this is gonna do is now that I've determined what these variables are, this is gonna be the variable now, And so it's going to print. It separates topic called format. I'm going to try running it. Well, yeah, it runs fine even without the F. I mean, is there a reason to not put the F versus putting the F? I don't really understand. It separates topic called format. I don't know what that means. Let's see. How do I change the active file in here? That is so annoying. Configure editors. I don't know, because I got this stuck like that. So now I can't use it. Because active file, how do I change this? Crap, it's so frustrating. I want to get rid of STD. What? What are you talking about? Rights using namespace STD under IOStream. Now what does that do? What's the point in that? Remove. All of them? Like this? With 3 of those? Is that what you put? Also, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. This is a lot. If you put this here using namespace, then I don't have to put the STD part right here. Remove that also. Okay. Let me see. So if I put using namespace, then I don't have to put that. Or are you saying I gotta remove this too? Remove this too? You got rid of, okay. So if you put using namespace up here, then you can get rid of that. So you don't have to type as much. Because that would be like a lot to type every single time. Oh, that's what you were saying about energy. I'm out of energy. What? Oh my god. It barely taught me anything. I didn't even see the energy. Return tomorrow to keep track of your streak. Oh no. Next energy in 3 hours. Oh my god. Dude. That didn't even last that long. Oh my god. Well. Keep a standard time for live. Man. I'll tell you what. Standard strength. Man, dude, I could probably just like find like a YouTube thing to do this on. Let's see. I'm so annoyed with that. I want to know how to get rid of this to where all I gotta do is hit the play button instead of this crap. Manage extensions. Let's see. One-click run button setup is done by CodeRunner. Is CodeRunner not? Because this is annoying. You have done it before. Yeah, because I can press the play button for... You missed it later. Oh. Well, yeah. I mean, it was nice finally starting on the Cody thing, but god dang, I didn't know it was going to be like a 5-second little thing. That was super short. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I can run the code and that's fine, but I don't know how to switch this. PowerShell? So, because it's trying to do Python. Let's see. 4 a.m. It's 4:25 over here in the daytime, so. Manage extensions. Okay. Today is Monday for me. Yeah, I bet it is now. Oh, dang. Code Runner. I don't know how to do it. I went to Code Runner and it's this PowerShell crap. I don't know. Wait, did that fix it? No. Do the same thing again, an extension page. Am I still not? Check the symbol. It runs it in the terminal, but the output I have to go down and run code. Change tab and check the symbol. I don't know what symbol you're talking about though. I'm very confused. Change tab, check the symbol. You talking about this one? C++ symbol. Preview. Go to extensions again. Or is there another thing that I can get to edit? It did it before. I mean, I can run the code, it's just not on the, like, this button, just the run. The, like, automatic run. Configure editors. Like I can run this. I mean, it'll run, but it's like this button. Well, I mean, it'll put it in the terminal, but it won't. If I want to output, it just does this crap. Oh, because this is set for debug. How do I change that? Add debug configuration is not available for a single file. Code language not supported or defined. Oh, that's weird. I'm typing here, you just change the timeline in just a sec. My check comes to you late. At the settings. Okay. A little zoom. Some common settings. You want me to type that in? Is that what you're saying? Run in terminal. Type. Oh crap, I gotta bring the terminal back up. I forgot how. In search bar. On here. Run in terminal. How do you pull a terminal back up? Toggle terminal. Oh. Dang it. Chat GPT can help. Oh man, I don't have Chat GPT though. Crap, how am I gonna do that? Dang it. Install the color extension and use the if you want outputs in the Open settings. Well, I thought it was that one. It's still not working though. This PowerShell thing, whatever this is. Is active. Close and open. Okay, let's try that.
Dada, help me.
Huh?
Dada,
What?
help me. Dada, oh
What?
look, help me.
Oh, you need help?
Yes, help me. I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. Is that better?
Yes.
What the heck is Emmett? Why do I have like 3 up here? That's weird. If I click one of these, it messes up, but if I click just wrong code, then it doesn't. Give me a snack. Talking about this one? Triangle upright. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. It should be. Checklist. Is it because I got a Python debugger? Save file before run. Save which file? This one? missed it. Save before run. Oh, did that one. Oh, not all fouls. Says what? Change key binding. Man, I don't know. Change one-click run in Visual Studio Code. Code runner extension. If using conversation, top right play button. You can change its default commands by editing the settings. Do not skip. Oh.
Example, the option to run it in a terminal, run in terminal, I have that checked so it shows up in the terminal instead of in the output, just so I can get user input a little bit easier. But if you uncheck that, what that's going to do is it's going to run it in the output, which actually gives quite a nice looking output. So that's up to you if you want that. Now say you're working with something that might be a C++11 feature. Let's say we said include vector and we wanted to use some initialization features. We might say vector of type int items, and we will assign this 1, 2, and 3. This is going to show up as a problem, probably because I need to prefix this with standard. Alright, so far so good. If we want to run this the first way, run C/C++, we get a problem now. Cannot be initialized with an initializer list. I know this is valid because you can compile it manually saying G++, and then we'll say -- standard is C++11, example.cpp. It doesn't give us any errors, and then we can run it using /example. So to fix it with the automatic running button, we need to go into our tasks.json file and just change the compiling command. So here's the command and then the arguments. So we could just add another argument in here where we can say -- standard is C++11. Now head back over to the C++ file, run it. It no longer sees that as a problem, and we are good to go. This similar thing is going to happen with Code Runner, so if we say run code, it seems to be working, but that's because I already had it configured. You can find a setting within settings for Code Runner, executor map, edit in settings.json, output. Now, the Code Runner extension I talked about earlier, I'm going to show you how to use that real quick. What that's going to do is it's going to allow us to immediately do both of those things and get that output here, which can be a little bit faster if that's what you prefer. You may need to do some configuring, so you can go to your extensions and find Code Runner with a quick search, Code Runner, and then go into extension settings, and anything that you're interested in is going to be in here. So for example, the option to run it in a terminal, run in terminal, I have that checked so it shows up in the terminal instead of in the output, just so I can get user input a little bit easier. But if you uncheck that, What that's going to do is it's going to run it in the output, which actually gives quite a nice looking output. So that's up to you if you want that. Now say you're working with something that might be a C++11 feature. Let's say we said include vector and we wanted to use some initialization features. We might say vector of type int items, and we will assign this 1, 2, and 3. This is going to show up as a problem, probably because I need to prefix this with standard. Alright, so far so good. If we want to run this the first way, run C/C++, we get a problem now. Cannot be initialized with an initializer list. I know this is valid because you can compile it manually saying G++, and then we'll say -- standard is C++11 example.cpp. It doesn't give us any errors, and then we can run it using /example. So to fix it with the automatic running button, we need to go into our tasks.json file and just change the compiling command. So here's the command and then the arguments. So we could just add another argument in here where we can say -- standard is C++.
Alrighty.
Now head back over to the C++ file, run it. It no longer sees that as a problem, and we are good to go. This similar thing is going to happen with Code Runner, so if we say run code, it seems to be working, but that's because I already had it configured. You can find a setting within settings for Code Runner, executor map, edit in settings.json, and you can configure the C++.
Huh? What's right there? Sorry. No. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. I don't know. Well, I have, but I mean, at the same time, I've been dealing with everything else, so. I don't understand what you're asking. Yes. I was trying to do the C++. I love you. Guess I'll talk to you later. Well, I'll try to get as much as I can done now then. I'm trying. Takes a lot of time. It's time. That's the one thing I don't have. Yep. What? No, I don't. What? They worked on the road? Oh, okay. Well. Yeah. Love you. Bye. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word he said. God dang it.
In features, we might say vector of type int.
Well, see, I think I just did that, but it still didn't work. extensions, code runner, settings. But see, this is the crazy thing is like, what I notice is it only switches to that when I go to a freaking, when I go to one of these, then it switches. So somewhere the settings is just for C++. Because if I switch it to open folder, switch it to Python stuff, if I go here, it doesn't show that anymore. And it's able to run this fine. It's only locked in on it's I don't know if it's stuck, but it was saying something about Python, like it's stuck in the this quick button is stuck in Python. He said about 2 things to do.
Items, and we will assign this 1, 2, and 3.
I know, I'm trying to...
This is going to show up as a problem. Probably because I need to prefix this with standard. Alright, so far so good. If we want to run this the first way, run C/C++, we get a problem now. Cannot be initialized with an initializer list. I know this is valid because you can compile it manually, saying G++, and then we'll say -- standard is C++11, example.cpp. It doesn't give us any errors, and then we can run it using /example. So to fix it with the automatic running button, we need to go into our tasks.json file and just change the compiling command. So here's the command and then the arguments. So we could just add another argument in here where we can say -- standard is C++11. Now,
maybe that's what I gotta do. What was that in?
standard is C++. Plus 11. Now,
11.
Now head back over to the C++ file, run it. It no longer sees that as a problem, and we are good.
Okay. Uncheck the terminal thing and extensions. Yeah, I already did that. Hold on, I'll double check, but I think I already did that. I just did that earlier. Yeah, running terminal. I don't check that one. I'm still having issues with it. There's something going on. Check the file extension, make sure the file you opened is inactive in the Okay, let's do. Yeah, as soon as I switch it to one of these. It does. Okay, so even if I create a new file, the file is correct. It's not. Okay. Go to extensions, view, control shift. Extensions. How do you do that? Think I should create a new folder? Let's see if I can try doing that. Yeah, it's still stuck on that. Oh, man. Okay, there's got to be something. It works for him. There's got to be. I know, but I must have messed up the settings somewhere. There's got to be something in the settings that's saying. Are these the right settings? Hold on. I need the settings specifically for this extension to make sure that this is running the right thing. default compiler. God, there's like so much. What is this? Add debug configuration is not available for example. Oh, come on, man, now. I don't know. This is the only thing I see for that, so I don't know. I don't know. Man, I've been messing with this for a while, and this is like, I don't feel like this should be this. Yeah. Yeah, this is. I mean, this is what's weird, cause like I can sit here and I can run the code just by running the code, but whenever I try to do the run here, debug here, and then the way it's like it's automatically set wrong somehow, like I don't know, I don't get it. And it's only for C++, so I did something wrong whenever I first set this up, cause it keeps saying like. What's this error it's doing? Yeah, the following extensions wants to relaunch the terminal to contribute to its environment Python. GitHub Copilot extension. Which day is going on there? It is 5:38 on a Sunday. Oh my god, that's what it was. Ugh, it was okay, it was in the settings. Under the C++ settings. Dude, that was stupid. Okay. It was in the settings under debugging, debug shortcut, show the run and debug play button, and add debug configuration gears. So that's what it was. That's literally what it was. Look, it's running normal now. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was ridiculous. That was so much to find that one little thing. It's right here. Good god. Well, I found it. Okay. Yeah, one checkbox. Yeah, it figures I would just be a matter of time before I found the right checkbox. Okay, I need to find something. Let's do C. Okay, I'm gonna.
Hey guys, in this video you're going to write your first C++ program, so sit back, relax, and well, enjoy the show.
Alright, I'm gonna lock in on this. Dude, I swear. That sucks. Hey, I figured it out. That took a long time. Very many hours, but I figured it out. I'm so glad that's over with.
Hey, if you wouldn't mind, please like, comment, and subscribe. One like equals one prayer for the YouTube algorithm. I'm gonna tell you why you need to learn C++. C++ is a fast language, like really fast. It's commonly used in advanced graphics applications. A few examples would include Adobe applications, video editing software, anything that's graphics intensive. C++ is considered a middle-level language, therefore it's commonly used with embedded systems. And
I can get some water. I'm ready to lock in. I'm gonna start typing.
most importantly, it's commonly used with 5. This first step is declaration. The second step is paste that address. Oh, really good. All of this text is on one line. What if you need the next line of text to be on, well, the next line? When you need to move your cursor down to the next line, you can follow some string of text with double left angle brackets for output, std, : endl. That means end line. And I'll do the same for my second line. I'm going to save, clear my output, run this again. Yeah, there we go. I like pizza. It's really good. Each line of text is on a different line. Another option for a new line that's better performance-wise is to add a new...
Oh my god. Yes. What? What is it?
Alright. New line character. Within single quotes, type \n. And let's replace that here as well. So I'm going to save, clear my output, run this again. I like pizza, it's really good. Adding a new line character does the same thing, and it's better performance-wise. However, the benefit of using endline is that endline will flush the output buffer. Really, you can use either one, but I thought that might be a nice trick to show you. Now, you can write a comment. A comment is ignored by the compiler. To write a comment, you use 2 forward slashes.
Well.
This is a comment. Comments are used for yourself for notes, or for notes for another developer. So if I were to run this again, this comment is ignored. It's not used as output or anything like that. If you need a multi-line comment, you type /**, wherever you need your comment to end, you'll place */ again. This is a multi-line comment. And you can see that all of this is ignored as well. So comments are used as notes for yourself or for other developers. Yeah, that's a quick introduction to getting started with C++. I'll post this code in the comment section down below if you would like a copy. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, please be sure to smash that like button, leave a random comment down below, and subscribe if you'd like to become a fellow bro.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna explain what variables are. A variable you probably remember from middle school math class. A variable is a representation of some number or value. There are 2 steps to creating and using a variable: declaration and assignment.
Every day when you start live stream, I don't know if you said anything else with that gym, but what? What? It's so hard for me to lock into this. I'm trying to. What? Puzzles? Okay. Go ask Cora to help you with the puzzle. Okay.
We'll begin with declaration. To declare a variable, we need to list the data type of what we're storing exactly. In programming, you can store more than just numbers. You can store characters, even whole sentences, etc. Let's work with whole numbers. To store a whole number, we will type int for integer. Then we need a unique identifier for this variable. For now, let's just say x. We're used to working with like x and y in math class, right? We will end the statement with a semicolon. This step is declaration. Now to assign a variable, you take the variable's name, that unique identifier, then we will set this equal to some number. Since we declared this variable as an int, it will store an integer, maybe like 5. Now this variable behaves as if it was the value that it contains. It will behave as if it was the number 5. Then to display a variable, we can use standard output. std cout. We will display x. And let's see what we have.
Wait, I can guess. Okay, hold on. Let me type it out. I already know what's gonna happen. Alright, so you gotta put this in closed parentheses. You're calling the int try code chef. Is it on YouTube? I wonder if I can open another tab for that. Is it a website or is it a YouTube thing? Oh, website. Code Chef. Courses.
Welcome to the course on learning C++. Your task is to
Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Oh,
let
I like
us
the
output
way
an
this
integer
works.
in C++.
Blur
C++
your email, bro.
has a few lines of
I don't know how to blur my email. It's not like I mean, you're the only one watching me anyway. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't even know how to blur it. I can't blur my email on the fly. It just popped up, so I just hurried up and clicked it. But just don't talk about it. Just forget about it. Nothing happened. I have a bunch of emails anyways.
code which we write in almost all programs. These are the first 4 lines and the last line that you...
Okay, this one, using namespace. Okay, this is that thing that you talked about. You use namespace so you don't have to write all the extra stuff, and then all you could do is... But you don't even have to put this, do you? I thought you didn't. Or I guess you do. You have to put the count. And then you have a number here, so it's an integer. You're inputting an integer.
see in the program to your right. We are going to learn about them in some time. Let's break down this line of code. First, libraries. The statement hash include IOStream imports the IOStream library, providing input-output tools like cout. Think of it as including a toolbox. Second, namespaces. The statement using namespace std lets you use standard elements like cout directly, instead of std, cout. It's like specifying which set of tools you're using. Third, main function. Int main, followed by curly braces, is the core of every C++ program. Execution starts here. It's the program's starting point.
Character
Fourth,
output. Okay.
cout. Pronounced
That makes
as
it easy to
cout.
remember. I gotta remember that.
Cout stands for character
Cout.
output stream.
Character output.
It is used to output data to screen. Fifth, the double less than symbol. This is the stream insertion operator. It is used with cout to send data to the output stream. Sixth, the number 12. This is the data we want to print. Here it's the number 12. Semicolon is used to end a statement, like period in English. So when you write cout, followed by double less than symbol, followed by 12 and a semicolon, it tells the computer to print the number 12 on screen. Your task is to click on Submit below the IDE to know the result. Then click on Next to continue.
The results are 12. Yep. That's your output. Okay, cool.
In the last problem, we saw how to print a number. Now it's your turn to print another number. Your task is to print the number 20 on the screen. In the editor, I have written some code for you. But instead of number 20, underscores are written. Delete those underscores and write 20 at that place to complete the code.
Come on, get out of here with that. You can start streaming at 3 p.m. I can start streaming at 3 p.m. It's like 6 p.m. right now. I can join you at 3 a.m. So that'd be like 3:15 p.m. for me. If you start, that'd be 3 a.m. That'd be 3:15 p.m. for me. Okay.
Observe the code in the code editor. It has some gray lines. These are called comments. Comments are lines that don't affect the code in any way. These are just for our reference and to better understand our code. We will be using comments like these to explain the code or to give you instructions on what to do. You can
I know what comments are.
We can also perform mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, and so on with cout. These use the familiar symbols of
And
plus
it wants
sign
me
for
to do
addition,
21 plus
minus
40.
sign for subtraction, asterisk for
Okay,
multiplication,
okay.
and forward slash for division. To add two numbers, we do...
Yeah, I gotcha. Because I have to work 9 to 5 at some projects to handle. Ah, do you like coding? Is that what you're actually doing? In the last lesson, we saw print numbers equal. To print a number, we write this, that, okay. But to output a text, we do this, yeah. This will print, and so we want you to put that, okay, I got you. Okay. Hooray, you did it. Okay, which line of code will output the string high? Looks like this one. Wait. High. Yeah. Doop 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 doo. Doop 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 doo. Oh my god, I just thought about something, GM. If you gotta work from 9 to 5 and it's almost 6 a.m. where you are, then you're only gonna get like 3 hours of sleep. Not even. You're getting like no sleep. If you set a time for live stream so that I can plan when to join. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. Yeah, I definitely I'm gonna try to figure out the plans for setting live stream actual schedules and stuff for the coding stuff, because I know for sure I'm gonna be doing it like Monday through Friday. I just need to get a better time for it. It's just hard to know for sure if I'm gonna be able to get on when I get on currently, if you can tell how crazy it is over here. Which line of code will output the sum of 7 and 19? 17. That won't, so that'll print it, so you need this one. And this lesson we learned about how to test or not. Should I take a test? Are you okay? Which line of coding? 7, 19. This one. Which line of coding will output the string high? This one. No, wait. This one, my bad. Okay. Write a program to output these squares using multiplication of the numbers from 1 to 5 on separate lines. Please print the same format as given below. There are single spaces between hyphen and digit. No, oh my god, no, don't do that. What? If I follow this uneven sleep, I'll be, you know. What? Diaper?
Yes.
Off we go to the diaper. Come on. No, god dang it. Why do you keep doing that? Stop.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, approximate time I'll be on. Tomorrow. Well, I'm sorry, GM is a whole minute. I'm probably gonna get on. Honestly, if I don't get on around 10, then I'm probably gonna get around 12. So the 3 a.m. being my 3 p.m. Oh, but that's when the kids come home. So then I'm gonna be back off. Yeah, I'm gonna be on in the middle of the day. Yeah, I'll have already started it before then, and then I'll have to end it so I can pick up the kids from school, which they get out at 2:45. So, I mean, I could stream after they get out of school, but I don't know if I'll be able to because by that time I also have to. Yeah, I mean, if I do it in the morning, then I'll be on by. I mean, I'm gonna try to do like 10 o'clock. If not 10 o'clock, I mean, I'll at least be on by noon, by like 12. Well, I don't know because I have to get up because I have to take the kids to school in the morning. So what I usually do is I get up, I take the kids to school in the morning, and I drink coffee, let the dogs out, everything, and then I will do my speed typing test for about an hour. So yeah, I should be on by 10. So I take them, drop them off. I'll probably be on before 10, honestly. Probably by like 9 or something. Because I do my speed test, but I mean, that's just me doing speed tests. I do that every morning just to get my fingers, like, I'm trying to get typing faster. But I'll probably be on by like 9, 10. I feel like it would be around 9 because I have to get up. And what I do is once I get up, I have to stay up. Otherwise, if I go back to sleep, I go back to sleep. So once I get up, because I have to take the kids to school in the morning, then I just stay up and start, doing stuff. Yeah, for it will be 10 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, 10 p.m. for you. Yeah. Yeah, because you're on the other side of the world. It's so crazy. It's like everything going on here is the complete opposite time for you over there. It's so crazy. Alright, whatever you want to do, man. Well, I appreciate all the help. It wants me to output this. Oh, using multiplication. Okay. Hello? Oh, you got Declan? Oh, Jonah. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting. Sorry. Yeah. Huh? You got a new backpack? Oh. Hmm. 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 Well, that is weird. Yeah. That's weird. Right. Better watch out. Fucking. It might be fucking ice or something. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is weird. I don't know. Yeah. $5. Hmm. No. Bubble bath stuff.
Quaggy? Is Quaggy go for food? Quaggy go back to house?
Yeah, Jonah's coming back to the house.
Yeah. I got me
He went to go visit his mama.
No.
I don't think we're in the background, baby.
Hey, don't worry, GM. I'm staying on it. I'm staying on it. It's hard to log in when you got a lot going on, but I mean, I ain't giving up on this stuff. I'm pushing through.
Your task is to write a
Every
program
chance
for
I
the
get.
following problem. Let's consider a rectangle of sides 11 and 13. First, find and output the area of the rectangle having length as 11 and breadth.
Honestly, if I could, I'd be doing this like straight as much as I could. The problem is I got a lot of interferences, if you know what I mean.
As 13. Then, find and output the perimeter of the rectangle having length as 11 and breadth as 13. Remember, for any rectangle, the formula for area is length multiplied by breadth. The formula for perimeter is 2 multiplied by the sum of length and breadth. The expected output of your program should be 143 for the area and 48 for the perimeter. You can now proceed to write the code to solve this problem.
Add the formula for the area of 11 and 13. What is breadth? What? Is that a real word? The distance or measurement from side to side of something? Remote measured 27 feet in breadth. I've never heard of that word in my life. What? It's the width. Breadth typically refers to the measurement of larger entities or spaces such as rooms or hallways and can imply a wide range or variety. Width, on the other hand, is used for smaller objects and physical measurements such as the width of a table or a road. Some contexts, particularly geometry, both terms can refer to the same measurement, but breadth may also carry a figurative meaning and inclusiveness. In summary, while both terms are related to measurement, breadth often conveys a broader or more abstract concept, whereas width is more literal and specific. That is weird. I've never heard that word before. My alarm says 2 hours and 25 minutes. Good God, G. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know how you're gonna make it, dude. Oh. Alright. The formula for area is length times breadth. Why didn't they just put width, bro? Like, what? Where? I've never heard of this before. Alright, good night. You definitely need to get some sleep. I don't know how you're gonna survive tomorrow. The formula for perimeter is 2 times. We're doing perimeter on the bottom. Okay. 2 times length plus breadth. God, why? Why can't they just say it normal? I know how to find the area of a rectangle, the perimeter of a rectangle, but why do they say the length and the breadth? I've never heard of that. That's so weird. Don't I have to return? is the keyword we use to get a new lines? End line. Rearrange the code to produce this output. Hello world. You don't have to put return. Free lessons, okay.
Multiple outputs using a single line. You can also have multiple outputs together in a single cout command. They are joined together using the double less than symbol. Let's look at two examples. In the first example, we have three separate cout statements. The first outputs the number 2, the second outputs a new line, and the third outputs the number 3. In the second example, we have a single cout statement that combines all three outputs using the double less than symbol. These two examples are equivalent in their output.
All right.
Your task is, write a program to output 7 and 3 on 2 lines using a single cout statement. Remember to use the double less than symbol to combine the outputs and include a new line between the numbers.
Say 7 and 3 on 2 different lines. God dang it. Got an error. Don't know why that extra line was there.
If you want the output to be in the same line and have a space separate them, we can use an empty space between double quotes to act as an empty space in between multiple outputs. We had seen previously that text has to be enclosed within double quotes during cout. An empty space is a blank space between double quotes. For example, to print 2. We can write a C++ code that uses cout to output 2, followed by a space, and then another 2. Now, your task is, write a program to output 7 and 3 on a single line, space separated, using a single cout statement. In the last lesson, we wanted space between numbers, so we added an empty space inside quotes. If we want any other text in between the outputs, we can provide that text inside quotation marks. Let's look at an example. This code prints the number 2, followed by the word and then the number 3. The output of this code would be 2 and 3.
Oh no. What? What? What's wrong?
Keep your feet off my back, bro. I feel that it's uncomfortable.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Are you done?
You are dirty.
You done?
No.
Or you're not done?
Now, in the last lesson, we wanted space between numbers, so we added an empty space inside quotes. If we want any other text in between the outputs, we can provide that text inside quotation marks. Let's look at an example. This code prints the number 2, followed by the word and then the number 3. The output of this code would be 2 and 3. Now, here's your task. Write a program which prints 7 and 3 in a single cout statement.
What will be the output of this code? Two, two, three. There's a space.
Let's learn about the different elements of a C++ program. Let's take a look at an example code. This code includes the IOStream library, uses the standard namespace, defines a main function, and outputs the sum of 12 and 7. Now let's break down the elements. First, we have the include statement for IOStream. This line includes the contents of the IOStream library, which is necessary for input and output operations in C++. Think of it like giving your program the ability to speak and listen. Second, we have the using namespace std statement. C++ has something called namespaces, which are used to organize code into logical groups. By using this statement, you're telling the program that you'll be using functions from the standard namespace. Third, we have the main function. Every C++ program must have a main function. This is the starting point of your program. When you run the program, the code inside the main function is what gets executed. Fourth, we have the cout statement. We have already learned about this in a previous lesson. This code, when run, will simply display 19 on the screen, which is the sum of 12 and 7. Lastly, we have the curly braces. The opening curly brace after main indicates the start of the main function. The closing curly brace indicates the end of the main function block. Your task is, now that we have some idea of what these lines mean, I want you to write the complete code in the editor. It will help you in remembering all the lines. Write the exact code which we discussed in this lesson to output the sum of 12 and 7. If you miss anything like curly braces, you will get an error. Don't worry, just ask about the error in the Help tab. Pat yourself on the back. Now you know how to start with an empty file and fill it with working C++ code. In the last lesson, we learned that we need to include a header hash include IOStream to get functions which can do input/output. For other new concepts, you will need to include other headers like hash, include string, hash include vector, etc. This can become difficult to remember when you want to focus on writing code. To help us there, we have a special header hash, include bit/stdc++.h. If you include this, all the necessary headers will get added automatically, and you don't have to worry about including anything else. From now on, we will be using this header instead of hash include IOStream. Your task is to click on Next to continue. Variables in C++. A variable is like a labeled box where you can store data. Imagine you have a box labeled age and you put the number 25 in it. In C++, you would do this by declaring an integer variable named age and assigning it the value 25. Int denotes We learned that a variable is a labeled box, which can store many different types of values. You can also change the value of a variable in your code. Let's look at an example. We have a code snippet that demonstrates declaring an integer variable called age, initializing it with 25, printing it, then updating it to 26, and printing it again. This code will output 25 followed by 26 on the next line. We are going to use variables all the time in the coming lessons, so let's learn a few more things about them. Rules for C++ variable names. A variable name can only contain alphabets, numbers, and underscores. A variable name cannot start with a number. A variable name cannot have spaces in between. Variable names are case sensitive. Variable names cannot be any of the reserved keywords in C++, such as int, float, while, class, return, and others. These keywords have special meanings in the language and are used to define the syntax and structure of C++ programs. Be sure to follow these rules when creating a variable to not get errors. Your task is, there is some code written in the editor to print the number 8, but the variable name is not following the rule. Can you spot the mistake and fix it?
Fix the variable name. Oh wait, is it because variable names in C++ can't have underscores? Is that what it is? No. Oh, it can't start with a number.
If we want to store decimal values, we use the double data type. Syntax to declare a double. This code declares a double variable named radius and assigns it the value 8.9. To print. This code prints the value of the radius variable to the console. The output would be 8.9. Your task is, write a program which does the following. First, find the area of a circle whose radius is 8.9. Take pi as 3.14. Next, declare variables radius, pi, and area, and assign the relevant values to them. Remember, the formula for the area of a circle is pi times radius. Good luck with your programming task.
Oh, it's pi radius. Wait. Oh, god dang it. does it take me back here?
Value 5. This first step is declaration. The second step is assignment. The nice thing about doing this in 2 steps is that you can later assign your variable a value. If you know what value you would like to give your variable right away, you can do that at the beginning of your program. You could combine both of those steps. Int x equals 5. And that would do the same thing. In cases where you don't know what value you would like to give a variable, you could assign it later, such as when you accept user input. You don't know what the user is going to type. So let's create another. Int y equals 6. Then let's display whatever y is. I'll add a new line. Let's copy this, paste it. Okay. X is 5, y is 6. We could even do something like this. Let's say int sum equals x plus y. Then we'll display whatever our sum variable is. Cout sum. The sum of x plus y is 11. Now there's different data types depending on what you need to store within a variable exactly. The int data type stores a whole integer. Let's think of a few examples of whole integers. What about an age? That's typically a whole number. Int age equals 21. Let's think of 2 more examples. What about a year? Int year equals 2023. How about days? Int days equals 7. The int data type can only store a whole number. With days, what if we assign this a value of 7.5? Let me show you what happens. Alright, I will display days. Alright, that decimal portion is truncated. When I display days and we attempt to assign 7.5, well, this variable can't store that decimal, so it's truncated. If you need a number that includes a decimal portion, there's a different data type for that. And that is a double. This is a number including decimal. A few examples of a double would be maybe a price. There's dollars and cents. Double price equals $10.99. What about a GPA, a grade point average? That includes a decimal. Double GPA equals 2.5. Then maybe a temperature. Double temperature equals 25.1. I guess this could be in either Celsius or Fahrenheit. Then let's display maybe price. Price. Yeah, and that decimal portion is not truncated, much like what you see with whole integers. If you need a number that includes a decimal portion, use a double. Now we have the char data type. That stores a single character. Type char. Maybe we're working with student grades. I'll name this variable grade. Equals. Then to store a single character, you use single quotes. This student has an A. Two more examples. What about an initial? Singular, not initials. Char, initial. What about B? So I'm going to display initial. Initial. Okay, we have our single character of B. Now check this out. What if I attempt to store more than one character? I'll add C. We have a warning. We have an overflow in conversion from int to char. So what's displayed is the last character, just C. So chars can only store a single character. Here's one more example of a char data type. What if we're working with currency? What type of currency will we work with? Char currency equals maybe a $sign. If we're working with a different type of currency, we could change this to a different symbol. Yeah, that's the char data type. It stores a single character. Next on our list is booleans. Boolean. A variable that's boolean has only two states, true or false. To create a boolean variable, you type bool, then a variable name. So these are applicable to anything that has two states. What if somebody is a student? They're either a student or not a student. Bool student equals true. If they're not enrolled in classes or they graduated, you could set this to be false. Think of a light switch. The light switch can either be on or off. You could say a light switch is Boolean. There's only two states, true or false. How about bool power? Is something powered on or not? Power equals true. If it's turned off, that could...
Yeah,